kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. Oh, I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. The moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon the heart, look upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart, look upon the heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. Well, the moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon the heart, look upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart, look upon the heart. Oh, 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 oh God.
Hey!
Emotionally.
FBI, open up!
Thank you! Hello, hello! Oh, that's skill battle.
Emotionally.
Yep, let's kill that. Thanks for the sub, Dexter. Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. How we do? How we do today? How we do? I'm just cleaning things up. Just making sure we're good to go. But yes, today is gonna be a direct continuation of what I did yesterday. So, nothing done offline other than basically just clearing up or finishing the favor track for one of the gods, Placivitus. So we have advanced there, so that's another thing we've done offline. But other than that, as for the starters, no, Merkid has not advanced whatsoever. No, where we ended last time, that's where we're at right now. Nothing new there. Now let me just go ahead and finish up setting things up here. Give me a moment. There you go. Thank you, thank you. Come through me through fire and war. I was going to change that. Let's go to Skyrim. Let's go to the land of Skyrim and chill out. You know what? No, I'm in a bit of a melancholic mood today. Let's go with Hollow Knight. There you go. Okay, now we are at Hollow Knight. Yeah, so let me just show you guys the Faber track, because I think I'm down to, yeah, 3 more, then we're done. We're done with the actual Faber missions. Then all I need to do here is to do their nexuses, a little bit of brief explanation of what are you gonna get and what are they. So at least we have a master file of which one is which and who is who. So yes, other than that, no, I have not done anything. But let me just prepare the next god for the Faber track, so I can work on that offline once we're done with Merkid. Yes, I have elected to do the Faber tracks again offline, so we would avoid me just staring at nothing and just thinking for God knows how long, because like I said, that's how these Faber track missions usually end up. It's just me staring at nothing, thinking. So yeah, I rather have the more interactive part of the creative process, which is the drawing, the conceptualizing of passives. That's the fun ones. Those are the fun ones, rather than me just playing scenarios and playing stories in my head quietly. Now, let me just go ahead and grab her logo, or rather her symbol. Oh, yeah, it's fine. There it is. Yeah, this is how much of a small project. This is how much of a side project this started. It's in the creature assets are in the folder for the Baldur's Gate assets, because I just started this. You know what? What if I do this? Then eventually it was like, yeah, actually, this is interesting. This has promised. So let's go ahead and make something out of it. And here I am today. I am now devoting all of my time and the channel to this project. And so far, I gotta say, without any hyperbole nor any sort of jokes, ever since I started this project and streaming it, the channel has been growing quite extensively. This is the fastest channel growth ever. And I can clearly smell that 500, that sweet 500, and that very sweet 1000. And yes, don't worry people, it's not always going to be streams like this. I will get to a point where I am actually going to be doing lore videos, and of course I would say tutorials on how the game is and all that. So we will be eventually going to do that. I'm just, let's just say, we are preparing the lore. We are ironing out the lore as much as we can, just to make sure. Oh, audio checks on how the game is. We will be eventually going back to okay. Alright, we're done. Get out of here. Hello! I would not even bother trying to do that, but you know what? Fuck it. Turkey Aldwush 2010. There you go. I'm naming you Koki. Coke? Hey. How do you read that? Is that Koki? Coke? Coca? Oh, Coco. Cook? Coque? There's a lot of ways to name that, or to mention that. As long as it doesn't mean smart or handsome, I'm okay with it. Alright? I don't want my name to be associated with lies. Alright? That's the last thing I want. Alright? If it's smart, if that means smart, handsome, sure. No, I won't accept it. No. It's not my name. Sorry. Oh, fuck. Get away from me. Sorry. Bugs. Bugs. So yes, as I was saying, we are now going to go ahead and continue with the Merkid character profile, or creature profile rather, because we're now done with the gods, so we're just working with the animals now. The actual things that will populate the world, and they're the ones who you're going to be mostly interacting with. And these are the starters, yeah. So initial plan for the starter or for the creatures is around 200. So I have done, let's see, calculator. Sorry, I'm bad at math, okay? We gotta be, you gotta help me out on this. So I have done 3, 6, 9, plus 12. 9 plus 12. Okay. Plus 3. Plus 1. So I have already done 25 creatures. 26 if we're counting Merkid, but not yet, I guess, since we're not done. I think I have 27 gods. So 52 creatures are already done. So that's a good number. That's a very good number. But in terms of creatures that you are going to be interacting with the most, it's not enough because we have 17 different typings in the game. So that's a lot of types that need to interact. And we need a good healthy move pool or creature pool for that. So my goal is 250 at least, and yeah, I guess 200 more. 200 more, and I am counting the entire line for that number. You know why? Because one of my greatest pet peeves when it comes to creature battlers of any kind is that when the creature evolves, digivolves, changes form, whatever their term is, mine is going to be Ascension. Whenever a creature does that, or Pokemon, Digimon, whatever, they actually... The logic is simple. The older forms are garbage. There is no reason to keep the older form. There's no reason to keep a Bulbasaur unless there's some weird, very, very niche strategy to play it. So, evolutions, Digivolutions are just stat bonuses, stat stakes. So, there's no logical way or reason to keep the older form. Which is a shame, because a lot of there are creatures that I really like the older form. Right? Like Lickitung from Pokemon. I kinda want that. I don't want Licky Licky. Licky Licky looks weird. Looks like a baby with a dib. And I don't like that evolution. Same with Magmortar. I don't like that one too. The Dunsparce looks weird. Right? But to maximize their stats, you gotta evolve them. There are exceptions, but that is not the norm when it comes to those types of games. So for me, I've designed every creature here to be playable by endgame. All of them are unique. They have their own movesets. They have their own passive abilities. A lot of them switch types as well when they ascend. Again, Ascension is my evolution term. So when they ascend, they change typing too. The only reason why I'm doing the same primary typing, at least for the starters, is because they're starters. They're the representative of this type, so their primary typing won't change. But there are creatures here that's gonna be drastically changing when they ascend. So, next question is why? Why on God's Earth is that a good idea? Because if you're telling me if I want an Almagosi, I have to painstakingly travel the Jolteal line until I get it. No, not really. I'm not gonna do what other games do when it comes to capturing, where you can only either get the base forms or there's no other way to get the other creatures. It's only one copy, whatever. Well, unless they're the gods, of course. That's a different category. But for generic creatures or starters, you can capture them. All of them are capturable. They have their own rarity, of course. There's a reason why some of them are rare. There's a reason a lot of them are common, uncommon, whatever. And they have biomes where you can find them. So yeah, all are capturable. You just need to know where they are or how they can be found. Because they all play differently. They're not designed to be stat stakes. They're not designed to be strict upgrades of the previous form. So yeah, that is my design philosophy when it comes to the creature designs. So I can comfortably say that I have like a good number already for at least the starters. I think I need to do like 5 more, so 5 times 3, 15 more, then I'm done with the starters. Then I can finally move on to the ordinary creatures, which is a lot more varied when it comes to their typing. and we'll see about designing them. Yeah, and I might involve chat on that because I don't have. There's a lot already stored in the drawings because I have made the rules already for the game. The rules are already here. You can technically play the game. We just don't have the things to populate it, right? We just don't have the things that actually makes the game run, or rather, yeah, what plays around those systems. So that's what I'm doing right now. We're asset building, so to speak. So yeah, I was saying we will get to a point where I am going to be designing generic creatures, and I might involve chat on that because I don't have a lot of creatures banked, although I do have a couple already. And hello, Verify Official. Hello, hello. You have been verified and you are official. Hello, hello, welcome. How we do, how we do. So yeah, I already have a couple of creatures here drawn. A lot of them are not yet, or don't have stats yet. A lot of them don't have full evolution or ascension tracks. So yeah, there's a couple like already banked. But then again, of course, once I'm done with that, I'll be basically thinking from scratch without any sort of reference. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. I will go ahead and title those streams appropriately if we're going to go ahead and play around with chat to create creatures, because yeah, I'm gonna use we're gonna do a little bit of theory crafting, and once we get to a point where yeah, I'm good to go, but it's not gonna be totally 100%. We'll have to limit it. I am a slave to the world I made. Okay, the world I made, the universe, the lore is gonna be the most up and foremost. I'm not the type of creator where it comes to, oh, I want to slap this in, but that does not make sense in the setting of the world. Whatever, let's just put it in. Let's just make that as an exception. No, I don't usually do that. Of course, there will always be outliers, but mostly, and no, I don't do it. It has to be acceptable to exist in that setting, in that world. So, yeah, chat will be helping me make some creature designs eventually, yes. But we'll have to modify them so they don't really stand out. You will inspire me, I think is the word that I would go for. And yeah, that's basically the concept. Unless you guys have questions, of course, I'm always open. Koke is always open. He's always ready to go. Just go ahead and ask. Again, it's right there. Ask me anything. Just don't ask me about the meaning of life, because I will not answer it. No. The meaning of life is up to you, people. You are the ones who make that happen. It's not me. It's not some magical voice in the sky. No, it's you. Alright? It's you. You give meaning to your life. And that's all I'll say. And that's all there'll be. Nothing else. And where are we? Let's go down, down, down so we can continue with the creature profile for Merkid. And yeah, I know those creature profile texts are quite long because let's just say me and Worldbuilding, we have a relationship, alright? We have a extensive relationship, me and Worldbuilding. I tend to have be very, very intimate with Worldbuilding. That's why that's why the creature profile stats or descriptions are so long, but they also do serve a mechanical purpose because they also help me eventually when it comes to formulating scenarios and options for each of the biomes. I can reference some creatures and, oh, this is going to be the check for that. Oh, you encountered this because this creature normally behaves like this in the wild, so you'll have this scenario relating to that. So yeah, it doubles up to as preparation for when I actually go ahead and make the scenarios for the maps. So it helps. Everything is compounding and everything is solidifying things. It's all foundational. They will build around each other. They will help and support each other. So yeah. Now, let's go ahead and get this goat demon thing. Its profile. What does a merkid? What does it do? No, Well, these little things are quite... what's the word I would go for? Deceptive in their predation, or quite ruthless, right? They would hide in darkness, little corners of the darkness, in the deepest, darkest places of the world. Then they would swarm their target. Just like in this picture. Imagine just walking in the darkness, then everything starts turning uber pitch black, and before you know it, you're surrounded by these glowing red eyes, and they would just claw at you until you go down. And then they would have fun. Thank you for feeding us. That's how they basically work. And yeah, I will not shy away from such things. But I'm not too talented to draw gore, and I don't really see drawing gore as would add more or anything to the message that I will not shy away from predation anyway. So I think it's a bit too excessive at that point. But again, if someone wants to do that, sure, I won't stop them. You do you, man. Okay, now let us begin. So how are we gonna start this? What's our opening paragraph? Is it a saying? Is it a scenario? I want to recycle something. The introduction for the next type in the creature profile. And yes, we'll be going and making like I said, I will be eventually making lore videos, so prep for that. That's why I urge people to sub on the channel, yeah, because we will eventually be making short form, well, not really short, maybe 15 minutes long or 5 minutes long lore videos on each aspect of the game, whether it be creatures, setting, anything under the sun that I can think of. So we'll be making that, and I'll be very, very happy for people to help me out. Support indie projects, because a lot of our mainstream media is disappointing us lately. So let's go ahead and support people who actually put effort and imagination into their creations. People who are really passionate. All right. There's a lot of those people out there. There's a lot of them, and I wish I can help me out too. But if I ever do find someone, I'll give him a shout as much as I can, with my very little reach, you know. And there are people out there. Not just me, there's a lot of us. Because the world is quite big and quite apathetic. And all we can do is just roll with it and deal with it. And never succumb, people. Don't be like the victims of the merkid. Never succumb to the darkness. Alright, speaking of darkness, let's type. What's that? Gold, please. There is a... No, I wanted to just start flat. It is said that when describing what a next creature is, describing the next as when you stare at the abyss, they are the ones who stare back. It's italicized that. There I go. Yes, kid. Sorry, my cat is I don't know what they're called in English, but there's a lot of those ants with wings, and those wings are attracted to light because it's the rainy season. Well, whatever little rain season we get here. They're entering the house, being attracted to light, so they're just making my cat go. It's stimulating, it's activating his hunt mode, so he's running around the house chasing these things. And they're quite annoying because they get everywhere. They would go inside things you don't really want insects to be inside of, if you will. Okay. So... Yep. I know you people can hear him meowing. He is meowing back. Kid, chill. Daddy, chill. Don't. Stay down there. Kid. Don't you. I know what you're gonna do, kid. No, he's fine to run around. I just don't like him jumping on the tables with the computers and everything because last time he did that, well, not really last time, there was an incident where he keeps on jumping from my CPU down on my table, and it's shaking my table so much it actually destroyed one of my hard drives. Because he's that heavy. He's an orange ginger cat, so yeah, he is quite rambunctious. And yeah, I just did the thing where he's not allowed to do. Get out of here. Get out. Alright. Yeah. That's how fast he's running. I can feel the wind. It's like he has a sonic boom trailing behind him. They're the ones who stare back. Okay, so let's continue that. This is embodied by the Merkid as much. Embodied. No. I prefer it like this. And the Merkid embodies this approach in the most literal sense possible. Or in the country of Lighthold. Many citizens are advised to avoid walking in or traversing many quick. Okay, I need words. Where's my thesaurus? No, thesaurus, help me out here. What words or what do you call very, very dark forest? The many I've isolated, atemporal, tenebrous. The many tenebrous corners. Of the region. For they are home to many dangers. However, it is. Because I kind of said this already up there with another creature profile, with Hopes and Waddles creature profile, so that's why I'm a bit hesitant to repeat this point. So I'm trying to word it differently. However, these locations are known to be safe harbors. For the more amorally inclined, and creatures that thrive in the thick, inky darkness. These locations of these places clear sign where one has entered. Yeah, people, I am okay for tangents, okay? I never look at my view counts. I always assume people are watching. And in fact, I am just streaming on free things. I'm streaming on vertical YouTube. I'm streaming on Twitch for some reason. For some fucking reason, I'm streaming on Twitch and on YouTube. Alright? Streaming on 3 platforms. I have multi-chat on. I just don't want to show it because I don't like my multi-chat because it doesn't go away. See, it just stays there. So I prefer if it disappears, just like in Streamlabs. And yeah, I said a few streams ago I should take care of it, but you know what? I rather focus on doing this and doing IRL things because president, and all that. I'll get to it eventually. We'll get to that. Eventuality. Clear sign where one has entered a. Let me just hold it back. Entered their hunting grounds. seeing a Nyx orb. Seeing what biologists calls a Nyx orb. These are concentrations of pure Nyx Arcana manifesting as floating or spears, yeah, to avoid redundancy, floating spears of glistening another word for inky. Thesaurus. Other words for inky. Give me other words, please. Sorry, got a little bit distracted there. Give me a few moments. Thesaurus. Inky. Fluid. Oh yeah, I got it. Fluffy spears of glistening. Orchids in particular generate these as a means to store away. Yes, kid? To store arcane energy to be used later. With increasing volumes means one is delving rather. Ah, nose itchy. Yep. Alright, delving deeper into their territory. Yes, cat. Yeah, he's having fun, that one. And also, yeah, the drawings will be useful in, that's another thing too. The drawings are not just there for references and some action shots. They are actually going to be a lot of them will be used for the scenarios. You know, a little visual aid that will help you sell what's going on. You know? And a good indicator how large the pack in that given area. That given area is used for later, which has a myriad of functions. However, either for immediate for temporary sustenance. What's the word I'm looking for? Something that empowers him. Empowering their own arcana or a physical or a boost to their physical attacks. Their reaction speed. Increase volumes means territory back cabin area is it has been recorded. Packs can range to 10 range to 10 up to 30 in the individuals. Oh, individual. What is that? What is that? In the individuals. All led by a how does the that is actually something I could do. Because IRL goats would actually have a harem. Like there's a ram, right? So the ram would actually collect, or rather find a herd of females, and he will be their alpha, where all the breeding rights will be exclusively to him. And other males would just come in and challenge him. Just butt heads. Who wins, he gets the females, something like that. I can do it with merkids as well, because they are technically satyr-like. That's their initial idea. They are satyrs or goat-like. But as you can see later on, Obstrodon is far from goat-like at this point. The nearest thing to that idea is Billy Jack. Even the name, right? More like a shadow rabbit at this point. So I'm thinking it's either going to be a breeding pair or a single alpha. Alright, now let's go with a single alpha, with a single alpha creature. This alpha. Dictates all the attacks, movements, where from hunting to breeding. Alright. These alpha? This alpha. Why these? Oh, it's a dictate. Dictate. That should be it. Oh, there you go. See? Stop complaining. And, oh, fuck off, AI. Get out of here. AI viewers at streamboo.com. You know what? If I want a view bot, I'm not gonna do this. If I'm gonna view bot and just talk to nothing but bots for the rest of the day, I'll just go ahead and do it offline. Just talk and just have ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude. Like Claude actually has decent answers, but it gets confused too. And what other AI chat equivalent out there exists, then just have them incorrectly read my shit, right? I'll just do that, alright? And that, actually, speaking of that, I am thinking maybe someday, you know, if I get too annoyed or am I a bit too tired, maybe I'll just stream having the AI read my stuff and see how much of it they get wrong, because trust me, I have been playing around with AI summaries a lot, especially Gemini has this function which is an AI overview, which is quite neat in its novel idea, where you can have the AI generate a sort of podcast about your content, your library, whatever project or documents you uploaded, and trust me, they get a lot of things wrong. One is that they cannot see pictures. No, they cannot see pictures. If you were to put like a picture example here for the size, this is the size differential, right? Any normal person looking at this stream right now would see that, and they would, oh, that's how small a merkid is. So it's not really that tall. It's versus a 5-foot sullen or whatever this black humanoid creature is. A merkid is that small, so yeah, it's not that big. But for the AI, they don't see any of this. They don't see the drawings whatsoever. So for the AI, all they see is the 5 feet, and it's a pet peeve of mine. So they always say the creature is 5 feet. Even especially the small ones. I am most annoyed when they say the creatures are really small, like merkid, nimdel, whisper. Those are really, really small insect creatures. They keep saying they're 5 feet. It's like, no, there's not. Just stop it. So you'll have to explicitly say the size, right? And that's why there are moments where I just put in the size, because it annoys me. I know. It's an AI overview. It's a stupid thing. I just find it novel that they can do that, and it's quite fun to having the AI read your shit and see how many things they would invent. Or like, okay, where did I wrote that? I never wrote that. How did you come up with that? Because the AI would tend to create sort of weird things or say weird things, trying to justify certain things. They really get confused when it comes to concepts like magic and all that. Those more unscientific things, or if I just don't explain, because the AI loves spoon feeding. The AI loves spoon feeding information. They really, really love when you just tell them everything, and they'll just regurgitate it. That's how the AI is. When they start assuming things, that's when they go all out weird. It's like, okay, so sure. They would either misinterpret, they would invent something. Some of their inventions, I would say it's quite interesting. But even though most of them is not really what they are in the lore. But you know what? You do you, AI. You do you. You annoying fuck. I guess most of them, about a lot of them, I would say a good 70 to 60% of the AI overviews are incorrect. Or are assumptions or additions. Yeah, so I probably might do that someday in stream. Why not? If you get a good interaction with the folks here. But you know what? Either way, I prefer you to be here with me. And if you have questions, go ahead and ask. If you have criticisms or anything that you find odd or want to clarify, go ahead and ask. I don't bite. And for all you lovely lurkers out there, because trust me, I am a lurker as well. There's a lot of YouTubers, streamers that I watch that I don't really interact with chat. Because I prefer to just, listen to their voice of the streamer. Their sweet, sweet voice. I don't know if I have a good voice, but if you're here, lurking, I appreciate that. Thank you! Now, let us continue our journey. I'm gonna do this. These are... It has been highly advised for any to stay clear of these locations, especially I already placed the E, but my brain was like, no, remove the E. No. These locations, especially at night. At night. These are when the creatures are most active. And can use their arcana with most efficiently. Due to the natural no. I think it's already understood. Yeah, it's dark, and they rely on darkness to attack. So I think it's understandable, unless you want to be spoon-fed, that they are very much nocturnal, and they are very, very okay and very efficient in using their magic at the darkness, because they don't really need to project that much magic or arcana to create the darkness or to meld with the shadows. I think it is understandable already without actually without actually spoon-feeding you the information, because I really don't like, as much as I can, spoon-feeding information, right? And I really find it funny that the AI would sometimes, hey, do you mind spoon-feeding this information? Because that's how, again, I love making fun of the AI, making them see how much they can twist and turn with my words, with my story and all that. I really, really love having the AI do that. So yeah, I would do that and see how much they would get wrong, and Fuck, my brain is all woompy. I forgot what I was gonna say. What I was talking about? I forgot! Oh yeah, the wordings. Yeah, so they would always complain about me not explaining things too much. But I think I've explained enough. You know, I would only believe that if an actual person would tell me. And so far, because I do get people every now and then, and I appreciate all of them, right? Telling me that what you're saying doesn't make sense, you need to change the wording on that, you know, stuff like that. And I do appreciate that. I would believe people more than fucking AI. If a person actually tells me that, then I would start considering it. I'll ask them why, and we'll talk about it, right? If an AI tells me that, I was like, no, fuck off. I don't need you to tell me whatever I need to add. No, it's fine, sure. But of course, sometimes it will make me consider, but it's really, really a small percentage when that happens. The only thing I would trust AI with when it comes to my writing is when it comes to grammar correction, spelling correction, or anything precise. But when it comes to subjective things like the artistry of it, the flow, I don't know. I don't really trust AI for that. Nah, I'd rather have actual people do that. But if it's just, exact things that can be quantified, yeah, sure. You're a calculator. Go ahead and compute. Beep boop bop. Have fun. Hey. Keep on saying for all these telltale signs. Survivors and animancers. Confirm. Animancer accounts. Both confirm an attack is underway. What's the subject that targets? I would use the word victim. The victim's vision is completely is it the vision? The victim's line of sight? Right, Thesaurus, I need your help. Let's thesaurus-side this. Other words for line of sight. Okay, I'm thinking of a word. It all wants the victim's immediate line of sight becomes nothing but becomes almost nothing. But pitch black. What's the word? Something vision cannot pierce. Words, or something vision cannot pierce. Alright, give me a moment, I'll be right back too. I am gonna page. Okay, I'll be back. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. And we are back. There you go. Aha! It's okay, Obs. Alright, Obs. Thank you, Obs. Alright. There's one thing I want to add that I actually forgot. I might end up reducing this thing's font size again.
or expanding it to fit here, but okay. Where the largest, biggest I recorded was 1. Was around, or is at 50 to 75. Living locals dubbed as the swarm pandemonium. Is that how you spell pandemonium? Yeah, is that how you spell it? Word! Correct me. Word! I guess that's how you spell it then. Okay. Word's not correcting me. Word is not yelling at my face. Yet. The first time that region was mentioned. Nice. And I think for... let's go ahead and remove this then. For efficient... oh, fuck off. There you go. For efficiency's sake. Gotta add a little bit of world building flavor there. Now with that, I think I want to change it then. There you go. Now that is very much in culture. That's the name, the goddess of death. Emotions and birth. Karish Gilgal. Alright. Now the Animancer's accounts both confirms the victim's immediate line of sight becomes almost nothing but pitch black. The attack is well underway. This is discuss. Consistency. Consistency and isolate their intended target. Forming a ever shrinking wall of how would you describe that? Bodies? Wall of biological darkness. Isolate their intended target. They're a victim. Next is the eerie. Yeah, I'm gonna describe this in detail, okay? Is that how you spell eerie? Oh, I need to double check. Eerie. Alright, that's how you spell it. Okay. Eerie. 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 Next is the eerie silence. The sound of silence. That means you're gonna get eaten. You're gonna get sliced and diced. I don't know. Torn up. Yeah, there you go. You're gonna get eviscerated by little cute little chubbers. Followed by what is described as a series of laughter. These vocalizations continue until the prey is within striking range. Hello, Alice. Hello, welcome. Hello, welcome. And yes, I'm just typing my creature profile here for the Merkid. This little chubby chubster of darkness, this little cute thing, is my starter for the Nyx type. and I have like 17 starter creatures. So this is, I think, either the 11th or the 12th. So yeah, I have a long way to go. And if you have questions about the game, just don't hesitate to ask. Ask, ask, ask. I am here. I am happy to entertain. I am a dinosaur. Dude, you're a dinosaur fan? Okay, we're gonna go with a tangent here. What's your favorite dinosaur? Come on. Shoot, give me. I'm gonna show you mine, because I actually made the starter creature based on my favorite dinosaur. And I am very, very biased with the design. I'll show it to you. I think if any people out there is a paleontologist or has any idea of paleontology, I think seeing this design gives you an idea what my favorite dinosaur is. Ah, you like the Spino, huh? We have a Spino head here. I can see why you would like that. It is a cool dinosaur. It is among those who are fighting with the T-Rex in terms of the top predator, right? And it's a very, very unique design creature too, or animal. But mine is this. Here's the second form. Oh, look at that. That's, I think you know now my favorite dinosaur just by looking at the design of the Ascension. And it's, the name too is quite obvious what line of dinosaur we're talking about here. Skyracosaur? Yeah, that's a Skyracosaurus. Carnosaurus? No, mine is a Triceratops. This is in evolution, this is how Triceratops started. They're like two-legged creatures or animals with thick bony heads. And eventually they developed into Protoceratops, which is like the Skyracosaur. Just removed the horn, so they only have the frill. Then eventually they became... Yes, they are! You know what is even fun? Yeah, so this is my favorite dinosaur, turned into a cyborg. Yeah, it's a cyborg creature that is a starter for the Artifice type. And the final form, Proceratron, actually is capable of creating drones. Yeah, this thing is a police drone, like that. It can create laser drones from its chassis, using its frill as a solar collector for mana and energy, and it levitates up using anti-grav. So yeah, this is among my favorite designs in this setting I'm making. I'm very, very biased with it too. Just look at that bastard. Look at that. Yes, chickens are dinosaurs. And actually, we have a lot of chickens here from where I live. And whenever me and the wife would go outside and we would see birds running around, whether they're the water birds, the herons, or the chickens, we just call them dinosaurs. There's like a lot of dinosaurs outside. Yes, we all call birds dinosaurs. Because they are technically dinosaurs. And when people say, you know, dinosaurs are extinct, not really. They're birds. They're flying up there. They're still alive. My boys are still alive. So yes, I was quite a nerd when it comes to paleontology back in the day. When I was a youngin', I would used to buy a lot of toys, like dinosaur toys, and I would just create, what do you call that in English? When you would display them around, right? Little dioramas, yeah, dioramas of dinosaurs. I would even mold dinosaurs, Triceratops, T-Rexes, sauropods from clay, because that's how much. I even have a massive book, like a lot of books with dinosaurs in them. Like the Hamley Book of Dinosaurs is the very first book I remember having, and it is outdated, of course, with current standing, with the paleontology science and everything. But it's the very first book I have. It has good art too. Let's see if I can find it. The Hamley Book of Dinosaurs. My grandfather bought me this, and there you go. Yeah, this is it. Ah, that is it. Where's that? Where's that? I found it. There you go. The Hamlin Book of Dinosaurs. This one. This one right here. I remember the art. Look at that. Ah, nostalgicisms. Nostalgicism right here. What's the franchise they were weapon? Oh, Jurassic Park. I don't want to be negative on my stream, but I am the type of guy who would call things out for what they are. Okay. The current Jurassic Park franchise is shit. The premise, the writing, everything about it is shit. Alright. So yes, that was the Jurassic Park they're talking about. The mystery of the past and the relevance of the present. Back when dinosaurs dragged their tails on the ground. Yeah. True. Back when T-Rex actually stood on... Oh my god, look at that. Oh, look at that! Look at this! This is the drawing for the Megalosaurus right here. And this is the Ceratosaurus right here. Ah, look at that! Ah, nostalgia. Such a powerful thing. Yeah, I remember this. This is the Baryonyx. Yeah, this is the Baryonyx art right here. I think this is an Iguanodon over here. And this is a... Hypsilophodon, I think. And this is... I don't remember this one, this sauropod. I'm trying to see here. Maybe I can remember it from here. I don't know what the sauropod. But yes. Yes. Nostalgitisms. I might just grab a PDF of this book and just have it be on my wallpaper or something. Assume the internet will manipulate people into believing this is how they are. Well, unfortunately, whatever's popular is gonna be overtaking a lot of things. It took a while. It took a while before people actually accepted the fact that dinosaurs have feathers. Right? It took a while. I remember back in the day there were people who were still resisting the idea of dinosaurs having feathers, and dinosaurs were actually birds and everything, all that. Because they just can't hardly believe it. Their brains cannot process the fact that a dinosaur who's normally depicted as this is actually something that's feathered, because that's what they saw in Jurassic Park. And the fact, even to this day, the fact that recent discoveries with the T-Rex actually contradict the idea of a T-Rex having its teeth be visible. They actually have lips. Is something that's quite controversial, because a T-Rex is not like this. Apparently a T-Rex is like this IRL. So yeah, it is confused. It is a point of contention, especially for the common belief, right? And it will take a while, because I saw people reacting to the dinosaur documentary. I forgot what it's called. I think it's a BBC something. It's an Amazon production where they featured the T-Rex with lips, and I saw the comment sections like, that's a weird T-Rex. T-Rex with lips. Yeah, they really find the idea odd. But you know what? What can we say? That is how it is. A lot of our interpretations of dinosaurs are from skeletons. And skeletons don't really produce or keep skin or muscle. It's very rare we get mummies or muscle indentation in skeletons, and we can only work around with that. So we got lucky with some specimens and other analogs with IRL animals that exist right now to support the idea that T-Rex actually does look like this. And unfortunately, people still need to get around with that. It's like, imagine a few thousand years from now, and you're gonna find an elephant skull, right? Elephant skull. How are you gonna translate this skull into an actual living animal without knowing how it actually looks like, right? There's no way you would know the animal has a trunk, unless there's clear evidence of the animal having a trunk, right? So yeah, I can see this skull is going to confuse a lot of scientists when it gets discovered in the future. It's the same with dinosaurs, man. Eventually, new evidence will support other things, and that's why Spinosaurus, your favorite dinosaur, actually has a lot of forms, and it's highly contested what it actually looks like. It is an interesting... That's why I really find the Spinosaurs to be quite interesting, because to this day, they cannot really make up how it really looks like. The prevailing theory is that it looks like a fat crocodile, like this. But there are other evidences where the frill or the sail actually goes over completely like that. So yeah, it is interesting. Jurassic Park, yep, Jurassic Park. What's FK? Fallen Kingdom? Nah, I don't like Fallen Kingdom. Okay, if I'm gonna rate the Jurassic Park movies, it's the OG. It's the OG Jurassic Park, then the second one, then the third, then the rest can go to hell. The rest can go to hell. I don't care about the new ones, unfortunately. But I do see why people would like Fallen Kingdom, because there's a lot of neat dinosaurs in that. There is a lot of dinosaurs in Fallen Kingdom is when they really push the envelope for how many dinosaurs they can fit into a movie, right? And I think that is the movie where they actually try to put in the idea of Jurassic Park dinosaurs purposely have no feathers because they found that non-feathered dinosaurs are easier to clone. Something like that. They actually made a inward explanation, even though it's dumb, why the Jurassic Park dinosaurs don't have feathers. So yeah, I'm okay. I can see why people like Fallen Kingdom, but for me, nah. I prefer my OG. Call me old, which I am actually. It's pretty hard to get people to accept something else. Yeah, that is true. That is true, unfortunately. People, when it comes to change or accepting new things or new ideas, it will take a while before they actually accept it. And especially if it's there are, I don't want to say there are people, right, who are a bit anti-intellectual, who, when you start talking about new things, they would start to not believe you and just outright disregard it because it's challenging the convention, it's challenging the comfort zone, which is unfortunate. It's true. It will take a while, and those people will change their minds once they see everybody saying it, or once they actually do respect is actually saying it. And it will take a while before they actually start to accept that. That is the same with everything. Every new idea, every new concept, especially if it's challenging a prevailing concept like how a dinosaur would look like, or how a certain approach is feasible, right? It will take a while. That's with anything. For me, it's like Jurassic World movies, like the original Jurassic World trilogy. It's okay. It's just overstuffed with too many. That's the thing. I agree with that. That is not just the issue with Jurassic Park overall. A lot of movies nowadays, be it Star Wars, be it Marvel, be it the DC Comics movies, the Star Trek movies, the main problem with these franchises, especially the big ones, they are too bloated, man. They're just too bloated. It's just, there's too many ideas floating around, too many characters that need to have some screen time. Can we focus on one character, one story, and just refine it to a point where actually people can remember the story and actually appreciate the craft of making the story, rather than just trying to go as broad as possible by appealing to as many nostalgia triggers as you can with your franchise? Can we not do that? That's why I really find it sad that that is the current trend for movie making, for at least the major franchises I really like. I used to like a lot of the Marvel movies. I used to watch everything until it went to shite after Endgame. Actually, arguably, Endgame is also shite, but you know what? It's fine. Right? I like the second Spider-Man movie, Spider-Man No Way Home. I really like that. I just don't like the fact that they have to dumb down Doctor Strange for the rest of the good stuff to happen. It's the same with the Jurassic Park series, where it's fine. Can we just focus with the dinosaurs, please? Why do we have to always put this weird thing? Like, I forgot what movie it was. I think it was Extinction or something, where the plot didn't revolve around the dinosaurs. The plot revolved around some world-ending catastrophe involving genetically modified locusts. What is going on here? Why is my Jurassic Park movie all of a sudden with a plot line about locusts eating the world? Where did that come from? It's like, can we focus on the dinosaurs, okay? Can we... You know, I would even watch a Jurassic Park franchise movie if it's just a movie following a story of a dinosaur. Just one dinosaur living in Jurassic Park. Use the IP of Jurassic Park, use the likeness of the dinosaurs there. Let's follow a baby Triceratops, or let's follow a growth of a sauropod, or maybe a T-Rex, the little T-Rex. Sue, I think, is the name of the T-Rex in the original movies. Let's follow her story. Let's see how she survived after the events of the first movie. You know, I'm going with that. I don't need to have grand plots of dinosaurs are getting boring now. Let's go and make a genetically modified one. Or let's put laser beams on our raptors and turn them into projected attack dogs. What? It's like the original Jurassic Park has such... Yes, it does. It's a basic... Well, not really... you know what? It's a basic story well executed. Okay? It's a basic story, well-executed plot with good characters you can rely on, right? That's the original Jurassic Park. The second one still revolves around that, right? It's just working with the consequences of what happens. The third one is also a simple plot. The only thing I don't like about it is how weird the... Sorry, I don't like the Spino beating the T-Rex, okay? I don't like the Spino beating the T-Rex. But yeah, it's still a simple plot. And then all of a sudden we jump to the newer movies. Like, now we have a genetically modified dinosaur that can actually turn invisible and communicate with raptors all of a sudden. What? What? A Sue movie? Yeah, let's have that. I prefer that. Dude, I'm okay with that. Let's go ahead and have one of that. I'll watch it. Just the adventures of Sue the T-Rex. I'm down with that. I prefer that over some overarching stupid plot that does not make sense. People who say dinosaurs are boring, actually, I don't know what. Yeah, it speaks for itself. There's this one respected YouTuber that I like. That I really, really like. That he has his opinion that dinosaurs... The plot line of the Jurassic World movies makes sense because people will eventually get tired of dinosaurs. It's like, no. Have you ever been into a zoo? People are not getting tired of going to a zoo and looking at those animals, okay? It's the same with dinosaurs. You multiply the spectacle of seeing a massive of an elephant or a crocodile or many colored birds. You multiply that to the size of the dinosaur. I don't think people are gonna get tired, man. Especially how weird some of the dinosaurs are. You know, imagine seeing a Triceratops. You don't see that every day. Imagine seeing a Chasmosaurus, which is large neck frill, colored neck frill. Imagine seeing a raptor, right? It's not something you would get tired of, not really. Because they themselves are already quite unique and quite interesting with the way they look like. You don't need to actually genetically modify them or change them. The animal it's on its own is already interesting enough. A Spinosaur is a very oddly designed creature. You don't see a creature like that anymore. Right? I don't think people are gonna get ever tired of that. It's a very dumb idea. It's a very dumb notion. Man, where can I find a Reddit? Anime Response Theory, you and me, we share the same problem. Redheads nowadays, they are rare. Especially in modern media, man. They're very rare. They're very, very rare. They're being replaced. There's a redhead aside going on. They are quite a rare breed nowadays. You know I have an idea for a dinosaur movie inspired by the Rear Window. Is that the scene in Jurassic Park where the T-Rex is roaring and they can see it in the rear window? Because yeah, you can make a horror movie about that, like a short. If you're really talented, you can make an entire movie about it. Why not? I am a man who is go for all sorts of ideas. Go ahead and have fun. For me, nothing is a bad idea. It's just the execution of it. Because there's a lot of bad ideas out there that is just failing because it's not being handled by people with talent. Come on. If you tell me you want to make a movie about someone going to the market and that's it, I'm gonna be like, okay, then go. Just make sure people would want to see your movie. How you're gonna make that entertaining, that's your challenge. How you're gonna make that interesting, right? That's the challenge. I switch between yellow fever and being into redheads. Dude, You go here in the Philippines and you'll never get tired of yellow fever. You won't switch. I promise you. There's a lot to fill that niche of yours. As for redheads, you can just have them dye their reds. Their heads red, their hair red. It's fine. It's fine. They can be as crazy as actual redheads too. Don't worry about that. I had a couple where they're actually crazy, okay? Hello, Light 2. Hello, welcome. Long time no chat. How are you, man? Well, we do chat on Discord, but you know what? Let's pretend we don't. Let's pretend that we're having a conversation. Not that YouTube switched my accounts for some reason. Nah, that's fine. No. Oh, was that you earlier, Light? Your anime response video, you bastard. Make up your mind already. No, it's a movie with Alfred Hitchcock. Then I am not familiar with that. I'm not familiar with that. I know Alfred Hitchcock, but I have not seen much of his movies. Actually, I think I remember seeing... I don't even remember the title. The one with the hotel. The one with the girls screaming like... Ding, 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 ding. The one with the shower scene. I forgot the title of it. Sharks or tornadoes. There is actually a Sharknado movie. There is a Sharknado movie. If you really want to get inspired. But yeah, again, it's okay. You do you, okay? As long as you're talented enough. And the Sharknado movie was actually fun the first time. It became boring when it became self-aware, when it's actually just existing to cash in on the meme of the Sharknado franchise. But when it came out the first time, it was actually sincere. I kind of found it novel and fun. There are no Asians in my city. Well, that is why you're suffering from yellow fever, my friend. I told you, if you go here, you'll finally be cured of it. Okay? You'll be cured of it. You'll say, yep, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied. Give me all the yellows. I'm done. I don't need anyone else. Actually, if I do need anyone else, there's a lot of yellows here that actually color their hairs too, so you're fine. Like I said, you're fine. Yeah, it was the name of a podcast I had with my friend. Oh! Well, I'm guessing the content of the podcast is about deep-seated philosophical questions, like. I think that's what it's called, right? It's the name. That's the title. That's the content of the podcast. It's talking about deep psychological concepts, like what is limit hunger? Dude, brain is not working. Whatever. Brain is not working. I was thinking of a philosophical term and nothing came into my head, damn it. And he's lacking in this prehistoric equivalent of a wheelchair. Oh, but my movie concept is about this in the elder form, who is like paralyzed due to poisonous plagiate, and there's a dinosaur and some... Dude, that movie's wild, man. If you can somehow pull that off, Alice, I will be the first one watching that. Don't ask how, but I will find a way to watch it. I'll find a way to watch it. Yeah, that movie's wild, and I will support that. It was supposed to be an EFAP, but for weeds. Ah! Well, you can always try again. What happened to it? Was you still going? Did IRL, I don't know, man. Well, sounds a novel idea, actually. Weebs, you know, actually any fan of any franchise can be quite anal when it comes to details, right? This is why we keep on saying for anyone who would try to make their own get into a established franchise and change the story, change the character, you are in for a reckoning. You are in for a reckoning. because one of these, or that project of yours, at the very start of it, is already under fire. It's already under siege, because you are already changing things fans of that franchise have obsessed over for years. So yeah, you better do something good, because again, it's your adaptation. You do you, right? But if you start disrespecting the fans, if you start just doing that change because there's no real mechanical function, or there's no real flavorful way of the reinterpretation, like, I just want to do this what if scenario, right? But if you just started talking it's because of the franchise being old and bigoted or outdated, you're gonna have a problem. You're gonna have a problem. And that is another reason why a lot of these new franchises fail, is because that is their approach. They get into an IP, they think, I can change this, let's modernize this. There is no modernizing, okay? It's either you make your own IP or you respect the IP. It's not gonna fly. I know through art was fun. I thought art was fun. Oh, that's art! Yeah! Let me go back to it. Anime response to... Yeah, that is a good abbreviation. Yeah, I didn't caught that. Yeah, you're right. That is a fun abbreviation. You can also say ass appreciation. Ass rhetoric theory. Right? It's a podcast about people admiring people's ass. Yeah, that is a fun one. Dude, you should continue that. You should continue that. That is an interesting niche. Yeah, because there's a lot of anime people who wants to be anal about their anime. You just need to find that reach, man. You just need to get the right people, you know, get the right combination of people to bounce off one another. Wish I can help you with that, because I'm not much of an anime fan. I am very selective with the anime I watch, unfortunately. Which is a Tyrannosaurus, and it starts having a massive impact. Oh, and there's something like that, which is a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and starts like having a massive impact on the environment around him when you get to see it through the perspective of this Neanderthal. Someone needs to make an entire company dedicated to making dinosaur movies after Jurassic Park. Well, there will be. There are movies I've seen. I forgot the titles, but there is a couple of dinosaur movies that came out recently. Let's see. Dinosaur movies. There are a couple. I think 2025 to 24. I think there's one that released this year. Yeah, Jurassic Park Reader. Primitive War, this is one. This is a dinosaur movie that just came out. It's basically what if Vietnam had dinosaurs in it. I don't know if it's good, Joe. I've only seen the trailer, and yeah, there are a couple of dinosaur movies out there. There's also a resurgence in dinosaur-related documentary-style media as well. And I think Jurassic Park franchise fizzled out after the second movie, after Fallen Kingdom. I think that's when it died. The other movies are just a last hurrah. I think the latest one, the one with Scar Joe, didn't even make a dent. It just came and went. Just poof. Vanished. Nothing. They know it's done. They know it's done. They have to change something with the formula. They have to actually have a reason for people to go into the movies. Because again, if I just want to see dinosaurs moving, I don't need to go anywhere. What I mean is I don't need to go to your movie. If I want to see a Titanosaurus moving, there's a lot of media out there that actually gives me good representation of a Titanosaurus. I don't need to go and watch your movie. I'm sorry. Because I will only go there to see the dinosaurs. Actually, I don't really care about much of the human characters. It's like watching a Godzilla movie. I don't really care about Godzilla. Show me Ghidorah. Show me fucking King Ghidorah killing people, destroying shit, fighting Godzilla or something, whatever. The only reason why I would start caring for your human characters is they're actually good. If they're actually well-written human characters. But if they're not, I'll just watch the dinosaurs and I'll just watch it. I'll just wait for it to be uploaded on YouTube. Or I'll just watch someone else's dinosaur content because actually they're much more better. And much more research in whatever you're doing, right? So fuck that. If I find a way for me not to sound ass, I might return. The problem was me and my friend had like different times. Well, yeah. That is a problem. And yeah, I don't want to be mean, Light, but yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean with that. The voice, the diction is very, very key, especially for podcast format. Very, very key. That's why I'm a stickler. Unfortunately, I have a very bad ear when it comes to audio, right? I tend to not hear well. Sometimes, like, I skip things. Maybe it's a lack of focus, or maybe it's because I'm actually focused on something else, I don't know. But yeah, but it is key, because if people are gonna listen to you, no matter how well your graphics is, unless you have some sort of voice synthesizer, actually, like, maybe you could learn how to do a pirate software. You know, use deepen your voice like this, yeah. Use some sort of a synthesizer to make you sound more professional. Something like that. Yeah, you can do it. You can do that. Or, some people... Actually, I've seen people use AI. I know someone. He makes Final Fantasy content. And I have a suspicion he's using AI for his voiceovers, where he actually has an AI program to copy his voice, and he would just write the script and have the AI read it for him. Something like that. That's something that has been done and can be done. I mean, when it stops making... It already stopped making money, man. It already stopped making money. Yeah, there's a big year for paleontology media. Yeah, it is. It is. And I'm quite happy for it. Because there's a lot of new discoveries too. There's a lot of channels with my private account, because this is my public account, my streamer account. There are a couple of dinosaur media channels that I'm subbed on that I usually watch every now and then, like Edge, I think, Dino Talk or something like that. Yeah, there's a couple of them. I watch every now and then when I get into the paleontology binge. Right, trying to see what news out there, what's new. Take me to your leader. No, I will not take you to my leader. You know why? Because you are already standing before my leader. I am my leader, Light. Bow before me. Bow before me, Light. You can do something where you just have this character, just someone who's supposed to watch the action through. Yeah. You could do that where it's a point of view thing, right? The character exists as a point of view reference for what's going on. That could work. Again, it all falls into execution. It all falls into execution. It's just that a lot of these stories tend to focus on the character drama over characters we don't really care, or they're poorly written, or they're actually unlikable. That's the thing. That's the main challenge. Is that a lot of writers nowadays don't really know how to write people, because their idea of writing characters is very much caricature, and it's fueled by their belief system. Like, a girl character can't be saved by a man. A girl character needs to have this. A white man cannot be like this. It has to be this type of race to be this thing. That is how they write mostly nowadays with these big franchises, which is sad. Which is sad because it kills creativity. It kills a lot of story beats, right? It's like the idea of why did Doctor Strange didn't appear during the entirety of the series, when Doctor Strange's job is to make sure nothing magical or is to control magic output or magical things happening in the world. Where was he? And you know what's their justification? Because they don't want a man getting into the story of Wanda Maximoff and telling her what she's doing is wrong. What sort of a justification is that when it comes to your storytelling? So you're meaning to tell me you're willing to compromise your world building, your setting, your lore, just because you don't want a man getting in the way of your female character. Well, good luck. No wonder Marvel is failing. No wonder your latest movie that's coming up is nothing more than a desperate attempt to pull as many nostalgia strings to people. Yeah, they're done. They're done. That's how they think, and it's unfortunate. People can have an argument about, like the Indiana Jones movie, where they are not in the Indiana and just someone you're supposed to watch the action through. Again, you can do that. Yeah, why does it always have to be the main character? If you want to use that franchise, that setting, go right ahead. Go right ahead, you can do that. You can set a story in that setting without actually compromising the main story or the main characters. But they have to always involve the main characters. It's either for the nostalgic draw or some sort of a malicious idea that they need to correct the character, right? Or they just want to put this character in the vision of the writer because I want to write my own indie story and I want Indiana to be like this. It's fan fiction. Again, fan fiction isn't bad, right? There's a lot of fan fiction out there that are actually good. It's just the execution that's the main problem. AI equals bad. My problem with AI, okay, let me be straight with AI. AI is a very tricky subject. AI is a tool. It's not real AI. It is nothing more than an advanced language model, right? That is basically a fancy search engine that just gets everything that is on the internet that's popular, just scrounge it up and regurgitate it to you. That is AI. Okay, AI is not capable of any intelligence other than whatever it's being fed on by the internet or by whatever its source is. Okay? It's not real AI. It's just a fancy tool for organizing and seeing what's the most popular thing out there. Okay? I use AI not to create. No, I have AI right here. I have Gemini. And you know what I use AI for? A thesaurus. Look at that. Words, vision, cannot fears. Yeah, it's a thesaurus. That is the main function of AI for me. And also an organization tool, like this one. It's a notebook where I have all my sources. And I would just have the AI like this. I ask the AI, can you give me all the biomes for my game? And here they are. That is the only thing I use AI for. If it's something exact, and if it's something they can parse without much interpretation, like calculations, like basic data for my sheets, I will use it because that's what it's good at. But I will never rely on this fucking thing to help me create my world. No. Fuck off. No. Dude, like I was mentioning earlier, I am gonna go ahead and make an episode where I will have the AI read my notes and try to interpret my thing. And I'm gonna be fuming because I have been listening to some of this already and they get a lot of things wrong. I'm getting a lot of things wrong, like, with AI. So, yeah, that's gonna be a fun little content. Each person with representation, the entire group of people, so they can't have bad features. Where am I? You could just have this character, yep, AI bad. Quick to claim that he is not, he not know snakes, like me neither. I don't know who Snakes is. Who is that? I was actually looking for Snakes. Where is he? I don't know. I need to be reminded what Snakes is or who Snakes is. What would Dinosaur Company be called if that makes dinosaur movies for the most part? I don't know. Probably something paleontology like Dinosauria or Dinosaur Kingdom. That is actually a game that I have here on Steam. I haven't played a game in a while, ever since I started this project. But there is this one game that I've been following called Prehistoric Kingdom. It's a city builder or a park builder game where it's not just dinosaurs. It's not just dinosaurs, but it has a lot of prehistoric creatures involved in it. So yeah, I'm waiting for the actual release of the game, or maybe if I have free time to once again play games. Yeah, but they have a lot of many types of dinosaurs, from ceratopsids to mammoths to other extinct small critters, and I prefer this over the stylized city or park builder game, the official Jurassic Park builder game. Yeah. Each person is a representation of an entire group of people, so they can't have bad features. What if that representative is just nothing but bad features? Assuming that's how I interpreted what you said there, like, what is world building if not bullshit? Yeah, it's all bullshit, man. Let's not even mention fanfiction. Well, there are good fanfictions out there. There are bad fanfictions. It's just that fanfiction has gotten a very, very, very bad reputation nowadays. Unfortunately. King Ghidorah, take me to your leader. Quick claim. That he not like no snake, me like me need. Oh my god. Like, what did you make me read? What was that? I was wondering who we were talking. I'm talking to Alice because I am actually streaming on two fronts. I'm just looking at my multi-chat. See? I'll put in multi-chat here, but I don't like having multi-chat on because multi-chat doesn't disappear. Right? I don't like having multi-chat on because it doesn't disappear, it just stays. Oh shit. Shit, I lost my multi-chat, damn it. Get back here. There you go. So yeah, yeah, that's why I don't like having multi-chat on, because, oh, fuck off. It doesn't go away, and I don't like multi-chat staying there. I prefer it to disappear every now and then, because I am multi-streaming. Ninja taught me how to multi-stream, so I'm streaming in both Twitch, YouTube Vertical, and YouTube too. So yeah, I am all over the place, Light. I am all over the place. You know, recently there was a guy named Snake, the Bigfoot hunter, who said he found a body? Nah. Bullshit. He found a body of not a Bigfoot, that's for sure. Hot. The sun is rising and temperature is rising as well. Yeah, no. Bigfoot is an urban myth, okay? There might be a time in America, probably it's some tribal memory from the Native Americans of a time where they lived alongside a humanoid ape-like creature. That is a possibility. And the same is true with other tribes. And it just so happens that genetic memory, that story carried over, and that's why they have the myth of Bigfoot. Okay? The same thing with the flood myth. A lot of the flood, that's why we have a lot of flood myths when it comes to creation stories with a lot of cultures, is because during the Ice Ages, when we were still cave-dwelling nomadic Neanderthals or adjacent humanoid creatures, there were a lot of times where flooding would happen, where entire coastal areas would disappear, and it became the basic foundation of the flood myths. Again, we don't have writing back in the day. We pass these stories by verbal. And of course, there is a little bit of artistic license now when it comes to passing your story, because a lot of these stories are told to an audience in the camplight, in the fire, to entertain. So some of them will get twisted, some of them will add more details. They basically will invent new things. That's how we have a lot of myths about gods, about these stories passed on. And that's why a lot of them are common. Unfortunately, for the conspiracy theories out there, it's not because there was an alien race who did this. It's not because Atlantis, whatever. It's just basic genetic memory. Okay? I don't need to overcomplicate things, but it is as simple as we just happen to have experienced collectively this type of thing. It just got passed down. It just got even more. Basically it's fan fiction being transferred over and over again, and we just started writing. Even though even today that happens. We get stories that get passed over. Just look at the stories right now with the new generation making these stories. They're changing things. They're adding their own flair. Even though it's shit, they're adding their own twist to the stories. It's an ongoing thing. It's the same thing with all those creation myths. Well, have fun. I'm finished. No problem, Light. You have fun, brother. Thanks for stopping by. Which I'm also a big cryptozoology person. I am interested in cryptozoology, yes. I am interested in it. There are a couple of channels I watched primarily back in the day was Trade the Explainer when he still worked. When he still worked on paleontology stuff and cryptozoology, I used to watch him a lot. So yeah, I am interested in it, but I am the type of guy who's not easily swayed by flimsy evidence of some raving person who's clearly obsessed and is clearly twisting facts so it can fit their worldview, right? I am a skeptic, but I am willing to accept things that are out there. Dude. Well, if you want to get really technical, yeah, there you go. It's actually a forest spirit. And that forest spirit probably came from some belief system they have, where they encountered these benevolent creatures, these benevolent hominids. Then eventually the hominids got extinct and they just passed into legend and became the forest spirit we know today. Or in current cryptozoology myth we have today. There's a lot of things that can point out to its origin, and that's most likely what it is. That's the thing. That's what I was about to say. I am 100% sure in the laws of probability there is alien life out there. There is alien life. The laws of probability is supporting us correctly on that. I believe in panspermia, that one of the triggers of life ever starting here on the planet is because it got transported from an asteroid, from a comet, as a universe was forming or as a solar system was forming. I believe in that. That is plausible, and it makes sense that life will develop elsewhere, right? Because just look at the extremophiles that we have here. Dude, that's why when I design these creatures, a lot of them are inspired by IRL things. You think me thinking of a creature that has no mouth, but that has a proboscis that actually sucks everything? It's far from reality. There are animals that are like that, IRL. You think of me thinking of a creature that actually creates a bone shrine if it's dead is far off, but no, there is an animal that explicits sort of behavior. We have recordings of elephants actively mourning their dead. We have elephants that are shown behaviors where if you were to approach the carcass or a bone of a dead elephant, even their dead offspring, they would be angry at you. They would project their grief onto you. Stay away from my kid. We have evidence of that. Yeah. Nature is already weird enough as is. We don't need to make up shit. I just use that as inspiration when I make my creature designs. And of course, some of them are fueled by magic, of course, and biomechanical bullshittery. But a lot of the foundations are from that's why do you think my creature profiles are this massive? It's not just the basic Pokedex where it's just one sentence telling you something weird or something quirky about it. No. If you were reading this right now, this is more of a animal description about its hunting behavior, its habitat. It's the way it groups up, it breeds, the way the creature actually interacts with the cultures around it, the way the sapient races, which currently has 9 sapient races that live in this setting, interact or see the creatures around them. Because I am, like I told you people, I am a nerd when it comes to world building. And a lot of my inspiration is coming from watching a lot of nature documentaries back in the day.
And that's why these things are very long. Because hopefully people will appreciate the level of tism I'm putting into these animals. Yes, because they're animals, they're creatures. Of course, they have to make sense on how they behave. Why MF Raj, even though it's like this? Why would it do that, you know? Yeah, I'm really, really into that sort of thing. Fanfiction is causing more stories. In a way, yeah. It's just about which is the good ones and which are the bad ones, which is a lot of things. Anything, as I told you, I am an execution guy. You can give me the worst premise in existence, I need to see the end product. You can tell me that you're into this sort of thing, okay, then go right ahead. Tell me. Show me what you got, bruh. Right? Well, that's the thing about cryptozoology, regardless if they're real or not. That's the thing, they're fascinating. Some crypto creatures I will actually make a reference to, right? I will actually incorporate some aspects of cryptozoology in my creature line, in my lineup, which I am not going to be surprised because there's already a lot of creatures I've done. Some of them might already have that. Actually, yeah, here we go. The hat slice, the second form of the entire Meshabite line, is a sphinx. It's a fucking sphinx. That's my inspiration for it. It's a mythological creature, sure, not cryptozoology, but yeah. And the whole aesthetic identity of the entire line is Egyptian mythology. A Meshabite is literally the word Mesha in ancient Egypt for worker. And bite is just a new bite, you know? Something like that. Hatya, hat slice, is basically the word slice, and Hatya, which means soldier or guardian in ancient mythology. Mehraj is Raj, as in for leader or king. Then Mej that's basically the word Mejai. I just took the first part of it, which is that elite guardian or protector of the pharaoh. And that's why it has the head crest of a pharaoh, because these things are like god kings. Right? So yeah, I have a couple of weird-ass inspirations already in my setting. I am not averse to using that. It's all about execution. I want them to at least fit in my world. I am not the type of creator, I've said this before, that if I find something I want to just slam it in, even though it doesn't make sense, even though it stands out, I will try my best to make it fit inside the universe I'm making. I do. Oh, thank you. Yes, I will be making eventually lore videos about the setting, the world, the creatures, and everything. So they will be coming out in the main channel. So I know it's cringe when I ask people this, but please go ahead and like and sub and all that, so you'll never miss a beat, and you'll always see my posts whenever I get to actually working on the lore vids. Right? Are these all Pokemon? Well, this is technically my... I would say, yes, they are adjacent to that franchise, but... Oh, thank you. Ah! Thanks for the sub! Let's turn that off. Thank you. Sorry for the earache. But yes, I am actually working on a creature battler game set in my own unique universe. This is a creature battler with its own rules, its own play style, and just look at the stat sheet already, it's very different. Yes, it is a creature battler set in my own universe, and I am working on the 16 starters, because I have 17 types. So there are 16 starters for you to choose from as the player, to which type you want to start and focus on. I didn't mean to bust in your house like that. You know what? I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for waking me up. So yeah, this is it. That is what I'm doing here. I'm basically cataloging my devlog for the creature battler, which I will eventually run test. I have an open invitation for anyone who wants to play the game with me, so we can DM it, we can test it. Because I designed the game first and foremost as a tabletop RPG. Tabletop. Then eventually, if I get enough backing or support, I'm gonna explore making it into an actual PC game. My dream one day is to have my game, this setting that I worked on, this creature designs I worked on, to be on the front page of Steam. That is my goal. That is my dream, to one day see video creators making videos about the lore, the creatures, explaining their own twists, their own ideas into the setting I made. That is my dream. I wish one day, hopefully, people will do that. Making videos about the game, the content, the lore, the creatures, everything. That is my dream. That is my ultimate goal. And hopefully it will come true. And to be honest with you, the fact that you just subbed to me, Alice, is a very good indication that when I started doing this, when I started devlogging this, the channel just went on overdrive when its growth rate. I used to be stuck at 93 subs for God knows how long, just doing the regular gaming content stuff. But when I started streaming all this, I'm like, wow, what's going on? Apparently people are interested, even though they're not chatting, even though they're not really, interacting with me. The fact that they're subbing whenever I do these streams is a good indication to me that there is interest in the genre, in the idea of the creature battler I'm making, of the unique setting I'm making, because yeah, there's genuine interest, and I really appreciate that. Thank you. We are all weirdos. Yes, we are, Alice. We all are. I go about life with this specific mantra. It's respect, okay? Respect is not something that I give you automatically. It's something you earn. But as long as you're not hurting people with whatever you're doing, you're saying, I am okay, man. You do what you want. You believe in what you believe in. You worship who you want to worship. I don't care, as long as you don't harm people. Okay? Your kink is your kink. My kink is my kink. As long as we are okay with that and you're not actively hurting people, we're good. I will respect you on that. But if you start acting like an idiot, like an asshole, that's where we have a problem. Yeah. You're a very handsome... Oh, thank you. I am quite the handsome little dinosaur, yeah. Well, actually, to be honest with you, I'm actually... The idea is for the channel is that when I started this, that chicken rye bear was actually supposed to be a phoenix. The idea is I was playing a retired phoenix, right? Where he was done being all serious all the time, and he just wanted to play games and chill out and hang out. That's the main idea. That's why we have a chicken bear. It's supposed to be a phoenix, and that's why I have this little graphic. I don't know if I made it. No, I don't have it here. But I have this graphic. Whenever I get angry in games, I would play this. Now let's see if I can find that. Oh, I think it's here. So yeah, whenever I would die in a game, this thing would appear. This thing would appear. That. Yeah, it is supposed to be a phoenix. But you know what? Whatever. let's roll with the chicken. And it's supposed to be the default form of the phoenix. Because, yeah, speaking of cryptobiology, speaking of mythology, the phoenix is my favorite ever of all the mythological creatures out there. Alright? Next only to dragons. Phoenix is my favorite because of what it symbolizes. It symbolizes persistence and basically renewal. That every time it would consume itself because of its drive to survive, its need to feed, or whatever reason, it will always come back. Whatever happens, it does not give up. That's why I really like the Phoenix. If we're gonna go House of the Dragon, the Game of Thrones, Westeros sort of logic here, if I were to choose a house sigil, right? If I'm gonna be in Westeros, or any other fantasy setting, sci-fi setting where you have a crest, a house, the phoenix would be my symbol. That's how much I love that mythological creature. Which, funnily enough, I have done so many creatures for this game already. I have done the complete god list, right? Let me pull up the docs here, because before I made the starters, I actually did the gods first, because I need to have the complete god list done, so I can work on the favor system, because that's another game mechanic that I need to have written on and have rules on it. So I work with the gods, and a lot of these, none of them are Phoenix adjacent. No, no, because I don't really like the idea of self-inserting. It's cringe for me. It's very cringe. But I will make a Phoenix creature, that's for sure. A creature themed around the idea of dying and coming back. There will be something like that. But no, none of the gods are Phoenix related or Phoenix theme in terms of their aesthetic. And yeah, you can bond with the gods. The gods are in the game. They are not technically creatures. They are not animals, no, but they are sentient and you can bond with them. There will be in-lore explanation why the gods will allow themselves to be bonded with a mortal, of course, but think of them as characters you can add to your party. They're not creatures, they're not animals of the setting. They're actual sentient beings with their own with their own tendencies, their own dramas, their own belief systems. That's why I need them done, because the fader system is actually a way how you would court the god and how the god would like you or dislike you. And it's basically also a side quest for the god's story, and it will culminate in you trying to bond with the god and gain their support in your team roster. So yeah, they have their own stats. They're very, very powerful, of course. That's the idea. They're basically bosses. They're bosses. Alright, I would say a good 80% of them are optional bosses, but they are bosses that you can collect. That's because that is my major gripe with Pokemon, right? That is my major gripe with Pokemon, because in terms of world building, right? Because again, you can see how much world building I'm putting into this project already. With Pokemon, you can capture Arceus. He's the god of gods. Basically, he's the creator god of the universe. You can capture him, just throw a ball at him and he's done. That's it. Sure, there's a storyline following that beat, but once you capture him, he's done. He's trapped in your ball forever, and that's it. No interaction with him, he doesn't talk to you. He's no different to a Pikachu or a Bulbasaur. Functionally. It's just that. It's basically, you're telling me the god of the world is just there inside the ball and he's trapped there as long as the trainer wishes it to. Okay. Yeah, that does not make sense to me. So that's why in my system, I'm not saying this is better than Pokemon, it's just more of a preference sort of thing. I prefer to have the gods have some sort of an agency where you don't just go to them and capture them. No, you have to work to earn their favor, make them like you, then you have a chance to bond with them, to fight them, and if you win, they will be bonded to you. You can call them whenever you like to help you with fights. Now, I am also thinking of a system too, but this is more of a player choice sort of thing, where if the god doesn't like what you want it to do, like if he doesn't want to fight this little bug thing, it's gonna say no, fuck off. You have to convince me to do that, something like that. I think I'd just leave it to the player if they want it to be like that or not. But yes, the gods, and you can tell from the designs. Okay, the designs are very otherworldly, very biopunk, very eldritch. I think is some people would use the word to describe the god designs. And they're all basically the same species. They're either an Astari or a Draconid. Dragons and Astari are two different species, but there is a reason why, even though they're the same species, they all look different, the gods. Because, in the world of Ashen, just to give you a short story, think of it as like a genetic carnival, where the
ruling species, the Astari, these bastards right here, have turned genetic modification to a fashion sense. They turn it into their clothing, where one's genetic form, one's physical form is as interchangeable as the needs of that person or society is. So basically, if you're a worker caste built or tasked to mine minerals, your body will be that of a miner. Your biology will be a miner. That's how good they have mastered the art of genetic manipulation, where their bodies are literally something they can just change every now and then. And that's why a lot of the gods look different, even though they're the same species. Yeah, I told you people, when it comes to lore, yeah, I am a bastard. I will try my best to make things make sense the way they are. It's not just I want them to look all different. No, there's a reason in lore why the gods look different. It's not just because I want them to. It's because this is how the Astari are. And that's how the dragons, who were once enemies of the Astari, who joined with the Astari. This is an example of dragon right here. It's not your typical dragon light, right? Because a lot of them too have undergone the genetic manipulation to specialize on whatever they like, whatever they prefer, because they find that as another path to power. Which, of course, they're dragons. Their will is to dominate, to become as powerful as possible, and if it means changing their bodies to suit their own needs, their own specializations, sure, why not? So yeah, that is basically my long-winded explanation why, even though they're the same species, the gods, the dragons, they all look different. And that is basically the catalyst why there's a lot of creatures that exist in the world of Ashen where they all look like this, because a majority of them are genetically modified creatures where they're designed to perform a certain sociological function, where they're supposed to perform one niche, or they were given to the dwarves by Horadses, the god of industry, to serve as an industrial tool, a genetic living industrial tool that forms a symbiosis with the dwarves he hired to do a job. Yes, there are regular animals in the world. There are non-mana based creatures in the world that do not rely on magic to survive. And actually, the starter for the base type is a perfect example of that, because they're just animals who somehow learned through evolution and adaptation to adapt mana into their, or magic into their biology, but they're not wholly dependent on it, to the point that if mana starts running out, they would actually die. And the starter I'm working on right now, Merkid, is actually a good example of those creatures where their entire hunting biology is revolving around the use of magic. I'm explaining here how they hunt, and it involves a lot of usage of mana or magic. Basically, they cannot perform properly if they do not have enough mana. And a lot of the creatures of the world are highly dependent on it. Like, there are some creatures that are super dependent on it. They literally had their limbs atrophy because they no longer need it. There's an ascension form, the final form of the fire starter is incapable of breeding anymore, because the creature is just wholly focused on whatever the ancients designed it to be, where it no longer needs to breed. It just follows that programming 100%. So yeah, I know, right? A cute little thing has actually a very dark... Yeah, a lot of these you'll see, oh, it's quite cute. The Dondania, the fairy starter is actually quite elegant. Just look at the fairy starter. There's an underlying darkness to the story as well. But yeah, that's why I really would want to get to a point where I'm reading this and I'm letting people hear what the stories are for each of these creatures, what are their lore, and see their opinions with it. Right? And maybe expand on it, change it. We'll see. And in the meantime, with all that talking, I actually do want to pee. I'll be right back. I need to pee. I have old man bladder. I'll be right back. In the meantime, enjoy this screen over here. Yeah, and I'm back. And we are back. So let's go ahead and continue here our little journey. So where was I? Feasible conversation will continue until the prey was in striking distance. Or gets too close to the wall, to the encroaching wall of merkids. The pack will swarm, taking turns, striking, clawing, and laugh, and emitting, let's just say laughing, quote unquote, laughing at the victim till it has succumbed. The merkids will then proceed to fully engulfing the victim, absorbing, or rather consuming, concoming. No coming. No gooning. Well, no. Again. Okay. I will eventually make a Discord. Okay, I will eventually make a Discord for this once we have gotten into the testing phase. Okay. I'm actually debating whether I should make the Discord now or when I actually am testing the game. But so at least I'll have maybe hopefully a pool of people that are in the Discord. So when I announce that I'll be playing test games, they would see it. So I'm really debating whether to do it now or later. But either way, rain of thought gone again. God damn it. What I would say. Maybe consuming. You know what? Whatever I was trying to say, I said it. My brain is all flumpy. Now I can't stop. I can't stop thinking about what was I trying to say? What was I trying to say again? God damn it. Consuming all biological and arcane properties of the victim, leaving only non-biological traces like clothing or equipment. Yeah. Unfortunately, the Nyx types are quite evil. Well, not really evil. They're very harsh. and some of them are actually reveling in the fact that they torture sentient beings. It's a part of their chosen, because the way you should see the 17 types in the game, it's not types like in Pokemon where I don't even know how it makes sense. How a fire type is a fire type. How are they able to make all that fire? Whatever. Again, it's their world, their rules. They do what they want to do. But for me, the way I go about it is that every type, I consider them as a magical discipline, right? So there are 17 types in the game. So Verdant, Swarmer, Fey, Fire, Water, Earth, Air. So I see them as Druidic magic, Fey magic, so basically confusion and all that. So yeah, Fey magic, efficient primal magic. You have Pyromancy, you have Hydromancy, Geomancy, and Aeromancy, right? Nyx is like your dark casters who use the very power of shadow, right? My brain is currently thinking of the term common fantasy tropes would use it. This type of magic would associate this magic with shadow magic or whatever, but that's how Nyxes are. They rely on their main focal point of magic is that they rely on shadow, darkness, to project their power. As you can see from the designs, the Billy Jack actually has a liquid shadow here that uses the spear to throw at its targets, and it has a literal cloak of darkness draped on its back here. Okay, the Merkid can actually melt into the shadows, turn its big chunky body. This is it without its magic on. Big chunky body into a pool of highly viscous shadows, leaving orbs of Nyx as basically storage for power. So they would grab those orbs to get more power. They would use that to quickly power their arcana, their spells, whatever they need. So basically, the more Nyx orbs there are, the more powerful the concentration of Nyx energy being channeled. Think of them as like byproducts. That's why Obstrodon has like a couple, because at this point, this thing is a master of Nyx Arcana, of Nyx magic. Because the typing is gonna be Swarmer, as you can see if we go up here. The typing is Nyx primary and Swarmer secondary for Merkid, and you can tell with the swarming behavior I just described below. That's why it's like that. Billy Jack is gonna be a base type. So it's a Nyx base type. I'll explain later once we get to his actual profile why he reduced himself with his reliance on Nyx magic. And Obstrodon is a pure Nyx type. So like Dondania for the Fey starter, for the Fairy magic starter, let's go with that. Let's be as blunt with the description as we can when it comes to the typing, okay? With the Fey magic starter, the Fey type starter, she's also a double Fey type. I need to get a quick link set up for these starters because they are a lot. We have 200 pages, and I still have like 4 more to go, 5 more to go. So yeah, just look at this. This is a pure Fey type, double Fey. There you go. Where Obstrodon is going to be opposite with its pure Nyx type. And yes, there's also a resistance table. I did make a resistance table as well. Don't worry about this timeline now. We don't need this yet. Let me just insert more blank pages. Blank, 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 blank. Alright. Go back up. Okay, so yeah. Schools of Magic. That's how I see it. And let's pick up where we left off. I need to reduce the font a bit. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just... Also, you know what? I've been going on for almost 3 hours. Let me just make sure the stream is still alive. Stream, you alive? I'm referring to the other stream, so I know but the primary stream is still alive. So we're still good with the primary stream. Vertical. Yeah, vertical is still good. Vertical. Yep. Thank you. Hello, vertical. Twitch. Well, still Twitch. No changes there. Why do I stream on Twitch? I don't know. Only the gods know. Because I used to stream on Twitch a lot. Twitch was my primary streaming platform. Then I moved to YouTube. Then I moved. The funny thing is, the only thing I miss on Twitch is that I was monetized. I think I still am monetized on Twitch. But I found it quite hard to grow on Twitch. In terms of getting a following, getting people watching your stuff. It is quite hard to get noticed on Twitch. It's so, I think the term they use is top heavy, right? And that's why view botting is such a big thing there. Unfortunately, the Twitch economy is that their algorithm works kind of the same with YouTube, but at least with YouTube, the algorithm sometimes would actually bump up a stream like mine up on the recommended because for example, if you're really looking for this type of stuff, YouTube would sometimes take a small streamer and just bump it up. So you might check me out or something, or you might check them out, which is neat. Twitch doesn't have that. Twitch, when you go at their main page, you would see everyone has 1,000 viewers, 10,000. You need to scroll down before you get to the lower viewer counts, which, okay, sure. So that incentivizes people view botting so they can bump up their numbers, and when you go to the Twitch main page you would see, oh, this guy has 500 people watching, wonder what's going on there, right? Which is understandable, because who would want to watch someone who has no one watching and there's barely interaction going on, right? Understand that. It's fine. I get the logic. It's just that I try to be as what's the word? Entertaining? I don't know. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. To be as accommodating as I can. And genuinely, I do love talking. I do love interacting with people. I do love testing my ideas with people. I just don't like arguing. I like talking about my ideas. I just don't like arguing. Arguing for me has become cringe. The older you got, it's not that you're running out of patience. You have come to a point in your life where like, yeah, whatever. I understand. It's fine. Not really a big deal. But there was a point where I do really like to argue with people. Not anymore. Not anymore. It's done. I've grown out of that. If you still like it to this day, sure, why not? Again, it's each to their own. Alright? You do you. But for me, yeah, sure. I'll say my point, and if you can't accept it, then let's just agree to disagree. I don't exist in this world just so you could, I could force myself into convince, because there are people who are like that. Again, to each their own. There are people who cannot let someone have their own opinion without it being gutted to the point that I agree with you. They just really want to hear that. And some of them would not actually accept that. They think you're just being disingenuous. Then what do you want me to say? Again, to each their own, okay? But I'm at a point where, you know what? I would agree. It is shit. Would I change it? Probably, maybe, because I still think this is valid enough for me. But if it's really gone to a point, it is really cringe. Right? I would change it right away. For those who lurk with my streams, there will be times where people would correct me, and I was like, yeah, you're right, actually. That is a better wording for it. I will do that. Changing stuff for me is not a problem, especially nowadays. You can just Control F. Control F, type, and replace. Then I can just change everything in the dock. And yeah, sure, I do have reference material too that I need to change eventually. I do have these here, like a passive master list and a move master list. It's, again, they're easy enough to change. It's fine. Changing is not a problem.
It's just I want to make sure that before I agree to your idea, it's actually, yeah, you're right, you're sensible. It does make sense, right? I'm not gonna argue with you or anything, no. I'm okay being wrong. I prefer being wrong. You know why? Because that means I have room to improve. I have a chance to learn new things. Okay? It's fine. It's fine to be wrong. Now, where was I? What else can we add here? So we have this. It is said that when describing a Nyx, It is said that when describing the Nyx, there is a saying when describing Nyx. There is a saying. Prevalent, actually, is the word I would add there. Prevalent saying when describing the Nyx. When you stare at the abyss, they are the ones who stare back. And the Merkid embodies this approach in the most literal sense possible. In the country of Blightfall, many citizens are advised to avoid traversing the many tenebrous corners of the region. These locations are known to be safe harbors for more amorally inclined, and creatures that thrive in the thick, inky darkness of these places. A clear sign where one has entered their hunting ground is seen. Okay. As the Merkid. Despite its somewhat disarming look and behavior when not handling its arcana or actively hunting, is among these many dangers. Okay. Dangers. Thank you. I need to move this back down. There you go. Okay, nice. Let's continue. A clear sign where one has entered their hunting ground. I'm already proofreading. Is seeing what biologists call a Nyx orb. These are concentrations of pure Nyx arcana manifesting as floating spheres of glistening shadow. Merkids in particular generate these as a means to store arcane energy to be used later, which has a myriad of functions either for temporary sustenance, empowering their arcana, or for a boost to their reaction speeds, which with increased volumes means one is delving deeper into their territory, and a good indicator of how large the pack in that given area is. Where it has been recorded, packs can range from 10 to 30 individuals, where the biggest pack recorded is at 50 to 75. The locals dubbed as the Claws of Pereshkigal. Pereshkigal is again the goddess of death in the temple realm of Nevernia. Yet all these are always led by a single alpha creature, This alpha dictates all the pack's movements from hunting to breeding. It's been highly advised to stay clear of these locations, especially at night, for these are when the creatures are most active and can use their arcana most efficiently. Survivors and Animancer accounts both confirm once the victim's immediate line of sight becomes almost nothing but pitch black, the attack is well on the way. This is the pack using their arcana to literally turn their bodies into viscous oil-like consistency, forming an ever-shrinking wall of biological darkness, isolating their intended target. Next is the eerie silence, followed by what is described as a series of laughter. These vocalizations continue until the prey is within striking distance or gets too close to the encroaching wall of merkids. The pack will swarm, taking turns striking, clawing, and laughing at the victim till it has succumbed. Then, the merkids will proceed to fully engulfing the victim, consuming all biological and arcane properties, leaving only non-biological traces like clothing and equipment. However, this is what size? 11? Okay, you're going down to 10. I told you people, I am a nerd when it comes to world building. You can tell that these simple creature profiles is expanding because there are so many things I want to put in them, and some of them I was not able to fit. Because just look at an example here for Almagozi. I think Almagozi is the longest one I have done so far, and it's not even complete. It's not even complete. There's a couple of things I want to put in, but I ran out of space and just decided, you know what, I'll have to imply it somewhere. I'll have to add it in later somewhere, or maybe if I decide to actually change the format, instead of the creature profile being one page, being multiple pages, maybe I'll change it then. But yeah, just look at that wall of text. And I hate this because I kind of don't like having the wall of text, but if I were to do any of this, like change it like that, I am running the risk of having this paragraph leak down, right? Because a wall of text is as not just intimidating, but also boring. Boring to read. You don't know, you have no stops. It's just, where should I stop? Where is the last part should I stop, right? It's one continuous scroll, and I don't want that. I kind of like there to be some way for me to properly divide this. It's either I just go ahead and bite the bullet and just give Almagosi 2 pages, or just reduce the font, or somehow reluctantly, quote unquote, heavily on that, reduce some of the wording, the word count, just to fit it more, make it more concise, basically. Which I might do once I get to proofreading the thing, because that's how I would do these projects, is that this particular subject, I'll go ahead and finish all of it, then once it's done, I'll go ahead and do the proofreading, and that will be the fun thing. I really like doing the proofreading streams, because that's the most time I get to share the lore to people in the least amount of time, because I'm not really drawing, I'm not really thinking about movesets or passives. I'm just right then and there talking about what the creature is, the lore and everything. So yeah, that's I really like doing those proofreading things, and I will get to that eventually. I just need to make, after Merkid, I need to make Charon, then I need to make Nelly, then Nullclip, and Umifin. So yeah, 4 more starters, then Lucerius, which is easy, just copy-paste him from the god list. I'll just change things here and there, but yeah. And I might do another creature profile for Lucerius actually, because his lore page for his god description is quite thin, which I purposely did that for the gods, because they're not creatures, they're not animals, they're actual characters in the story. So I would leave certain threads unmentioned or implied, and I would really find it fun if people want to piece things together and form their theories about it. If people do that, I'm fine, but if AI starts telling me certain things about my story that does not make sense, that's when I get annoyed. People I trust more. People I like more over fucking AI, okay? Because I am annoyed every time AI would invent stuff. Even every time I would ask them to read this note and check it out, they would start inventing stuff and get confused about, especially. I did an experiment the other day. I made this timeline about the setting. It's basically a condensed 9,000 year setting timeline for the events. Right? I made that as for reference to myself, so I don't get confused much with the dates. And I had the AI, can you tell me the timeline of the setting? And it just does not know what to say. It got things mixed up. It got things invented. It just went all over the place. Like, yeah, fuck off. You can't handle that. You can't handle the truth. And what's funny is, it has old sources. I did it in the notebook with the audio audio overview. See, I play with it every now and then just to annoy myself. Right? It's all here. The sources are all here, and the AI just don't know what to do with it. It just gets confused. It prefers to invent rather than to invent and reinterpret rather than to actually say what is there already. It relies heavily on being spoon-fed. Even with that, it still gets confused. Okay, now where were we? What am I supposed to type? Ah, yeah. Despite their reputation in the wild, merkids are among the most popular creatures for both aspiring animancers and pet owners and households due to their I need to say the word chubby without being too informal, okay? Okay, I need AI for this. Thesaurus, help me out here. Thesaurus-ize me. Way to describe... Yeah, none of these drawings, fuck that. None of my designs ever came from AI. Don't you ever tell me I source my shit from AI, because all of this came from my brain. Because I can easily have the AI. Can you make me a creature that looks like and just have it there and be done with the art right then and there? No, I refuse. I will learn how to draw, okay? If you were to follow my old streams, you would see how much I've progressed, quote unquote, progressed and quote unquote improved, because the earlier drawings are either rushed, don't have shadows, have weird angle, little tiny details that either ruin some of the drawings' line art, weird colorations, not even shadows or effects like this. Look at that.
if you were to see some of my old drawings, let me pull up the Pantheon doc again so I can show you. Right? That's why I really want to redo some of the drawings in the Pantheon doc, which is actually easy. I have them all saved here, so I can just pull them up and redo them. Right? Just look at Aurelian right here. This guy is supposed to be the god of light, yet no shadowing whatsoever. The tendrils of golden light, his golden crowns do nothing. His crackling energy orb has no effect on his look. There's no shadowing, no effects. And funnily enough, because Aurelian is among those I made an additional drawing when I proofread the thing, he actually has a drawing right here. Look at that. You can see the improvement, right? I have the mooding effect, the lighting effect. I have the... Yeah, look at the arcane candles actually having a little bit of light source glowing around. The perspective is even more ambitious. The shadows. There are shadows in Aurelian. Yeah, because this is among the later drawings. And if you're gonna go down, especially look, if I'm gonna redraw, or rather remake Lunaneth, you would see her tendrils glow. Her hair would be glowing, her biomechanical parts, these crystals right here would be glowing. And the moon here, this manifestation of Aurelian's light, would be glowing as well. So is this. So yeah, there's a lot of things I can do. So that's why I'm very, very tempted, especially in action scenes like this, where she's actively fighting. You see the lasers firing from her wings, right? Her eyes are glowing red. So yeah, there's a lot of things I really, really am tempted to redo. Especially with drawings where there's actual energy blast being shown. An example here is with not Perish Gilgal, with Ebersage. Let me pull up Eversage before we go back to the main thing. Hey, look at that. This thing should be glowing. Her eyes should be glowing like that, but I managed to make a little effect. If I'm going to redo this, or rather update this, I'm going to put a little bit of a smudge here for a glowing effect. And the lighting should be a bit more sharper. But you can tell I am already experimenting with effects and how they would look like by the time I got to Perish Gilgal's art. So yeah, see? I was saying, yeah, just look at the gods, the god list. They are much more stylized because a lot of them, I don't really like doing lore dumps for the gods, no. They are characters in the stories. A lot of them have their own side quests and, drama. So yeah, a lot of them have mostly fluff, mostly flavor, and accompanied by art. So it's like 2 pages of lore for each of the god. One is mostly either a lore dump or a very long explanation or a very long story, and another one is an action shot, which is even more lore. Yeah, it's only then when I started doing the ordinary creatures, when I just did this format, where it's a massive lore dump, because I think of them as more of a biological report, right? This is imagine this like a nature documentary sort of thing. You're reading a textbook. That's how I would frame it. You're reading a textbook about the local fauna of the world of Ashen. That's why the wording here too is more on the scientific journal sort of thing. It's much more formal, right? That's why I'm looking right now for a way to describe Chunky. Way to describe a pet piglet. What formal adjectives or descriptors I can use? Descriptors I can use.
Porcine, swine, juvenile, neonatal? No. Weaning, diminutive. Yeah, I've been using a lot of diminutive with this document. I want to use something else. Give me something else. Partly cornered piebald? I think that's have spots. They do not have spots. They're a big spot, I guess, but they're not spots. Bristled compact. Oh, yeah, compact, and I think I would go for porcine. Yeah. Yeah, due to there. Porcine. Porcine and compact bodies. And as stated earlier, the creature is rather playful and tends to imprint onto its owners. To the point it loses all its violent tendencies unless directed to or to protect its imprinted owner. These the form, or rather, yet as soon as the creature returns to the wild, it immediately loses all of this trait and reverts to its more aggressive instincts. There you go. Which is why they are quite popular as guard dogs, guardian animals, guardian creatures. especially among women. Well, there's which women are you talking about? Humans? Elves? Dwarves? Among women of how can I word that? Oh my god, there's a lot of women in this world. Female espers, female sullen. This is what you get when you're writing in a universe where there's more than one type of women. Which women are you talking about? Should I exclude? Should I focus on one type of women, like human females? Should I use human females or human women? That sounds weird, right? Among the more feminine members of sapient races, of the sapient races. Especially okay, I need synonyms. Synonyms for especially, please. I've been using especially quite a lot. Synonyms for especially. Help me out here. Synopsisms. Particularly, oh, there you go. I don't need to read you any further. I'm done. I got what I want. Particularly. Humans, elves, and humans operates. And sullens. And sullen. Yeah, okay, nice. And I think I'm done. I have made a creature profile for the Merkid. We are quite good. I want to expand this more. Wait. Sorry. This is what I told you. This is what I told you. There's another idea coming into my brain. It's like, yeah. What if you mentioned they're like fashionable creatures too? Like, nah! No! Ah! Fuck it, we're doing it. Primarily in the fashion and culture and artist circles. Told you, world building and me, we have a very, very tight relationship. Okay, me and world building, we're like that. We're tight. We tight, bruh. We tight. It's just I cannot stop world building. I cannot help it. It's like it flows through me. So when I get into the zone of world building, I can go on and on. I try to limit it as much as I can, but there are moments when I get to the zone, it just clicks, it just pours through. Okay? And the only way for me to stop is to get distracted. Distract me, brain. Play a monkey running around with cymbal. Distract me. Where they train the creature to use its viscous form to take many shapes and arrangements. arrangements. Okay, so this is the problem. We're out of space. I don't want to reduce this font even more. It's already 10. It's gonna look weird when I reduce it to 9, so I might end up moving the picture a bit here and just expanding this fucking thing. There you go. Or I can move it a bit further up. Reduce it a bit. Alright. Alright, we're done. Alright, we're done. We're done. We're done. I'm not gonna add anything more. Alright. We're done. We're done. We're moving on to Billy Jack. Fucking hell. Ah! Ah! Come on. We're moving on. We're moving on. I might add more to it. I might add more to it. What? Stop. Okay, we're moving on. Dude, no, I'm looking at it still like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna look at it. If there's something I add, then I'll have to worry about it. If not, whatever. Okay, chubby chungers. Should be at or around, right? This should be up. This should be down. You know, it's fine. Okay, let's get Billy Jack here. Members. The leaping minutes. This is my take on Spring Hill Jack. Okay, there you go. That's another cryptozoology thing. Where is Billy Jack? There he is. Hi, Billy Jack. Jumping. Excuse me. Excusez-moi. All right. Condense. Apes. Energy. Which acts as both arcane. Why do I always misspell arcane? You know what? Fuck that. Let's move it. Let's fuck off. hate it when you capitalize it. Arcane. Arcane. Vocal points. And roll spheres. There you go. And the most annoying thing, let me just go back to the subject of AI, because I reminded myself how annoyed I am. Whenever I have the AI play around with my idea, making a audio summary, it just cannot see pictures. Which is annoying, because a lot of the things I have made visual references for it. It's just that it doesn't see it. And it's whatever, and it gets things wrong a lot. That's where the fun of it is, but it also gets annoying, and that's why I really appreciate it when people talk about the project more, because I know people will actually see the pictures. And I really, really prefer people over fucking AI. Fuck that. Get away from me, you cringe. Go back and just organizing my words. Cloak. Picture uses and a cloak. Cloak. How do you spell cloak? Cloak of pure shadows. Used as both a mana source, both a mana storage, mana storage, and offensive and defensive projections. Now, right? Now fuck off. That would work. Stop being cringe. That word has to be bleeding cringe. One more. Oh, hi. As a light. Okay, it's one more. Creature. Lighter, light side dark, light frame, but highly agile. No. Neat. At least 100 feet. 50 feet. 50 feet. with just its pure physicality. Physicality. Okay. Stop it with the blue. Now, can we bold this thing? I embolden you. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab Mr. Reflection. So this is for the people who can actually see pictures. Not for the blind, stupid AI. Yes, I'm so peeved with that. It's annoying. You go through this effort to put in this visual reference, and the AI doesn't really... It's supposed to be helpful. That is not helpful. Fuck you. Okay. How big is a Billy Jack? How big is a Billy Jack? Not that big, actually. There you go, that's how big it is. Market is up to here. Oh, sorry. Can't see my finger. It's up to here. And the Billy Jack is that big. Standing up? Yeah, I think we need to... Because standing up, it's actually quite big. It's that size. I need to reduce it a bit more. Okay, there you go. I think that's enough. It's roughly the size of a young kid. And I will take that. Let's take that. Put it over here. Okay, so you are a Billy Jack. Billy Jack. Class Mammalia Arcanae. You are a base type. No longer a swarmer, no. And let's go ahead and grab the base symbol from my amazingly awesome design creature. Sorry, I really am a sucker for Raj's design. What can I say? There you go. Raj. Thank you. Okay, nice. Now we'll have to remove this. Because we're gonna make his stats. No, power is not your primary stat anymore, bruh. Okay, so you are at... I really don't like things ending in 13. Yeah, 12. You have 16. Okay, and I'll be right back. Give me a moment. I will just see if I can get some breakfast. I'm actually getting hunger. Hungry. Be right back, everyone. I'm back. Aha! Alright. Now, the passives. Passive. I already have one name. I just need to... I think I'm gonna turn the darkness thing, the darkness sphere. When he throws into its primary attack, and it's gonna be two passives, the cloak and the leap. That's where it's gonna revolve, and I think it's gonna be more defensive. Both of those passives. It's gonna be either an escape or an initiate sort of passive, where the cloak would actually make him harder to hit. Alright? It would make him harder to hit, or what's the word? God damn it. Brain! My word is floopy. Harder to hit, or... Yo, there you go. It's either he's harder to hit, or he gets initiation, he gets momentum in the action economy, right? He gets value from that. So he gets initiation, where it bumps him from... Because Merkid, one of Merkid's passives is basically helping him with a turn order. Because Merkid is fast, it's not really fast, but it's decently fast. Like this one, Pitch Black Ink. At the start of every round, before SPD is calculated, you may place an object called Nyx Orb. So it's an automatic thing, no cost. It just start of the round, you have that. It's an object with 50 HP plus its current HP, so 51, level 1. If there is a Nyx Orb remaining at the end of a round, so basically a round is all turn order. It's the turn order completed. So everyone took their turns, that's the round. So at the end of that, if the Nyx Orb is still standing, by the next turn, this creature will have an extra turn, right? And I need to put a caveat here, per remaining Nyx Orb. So it's a compounding thing. If somehow your Nyx Orb survives, right? Your Merkid will have more and more turns available because it's feeding through the Nyx Orb. Less like in lore, it uses the Nyx Orb to empower itself. So it will not consume it, but it will, as long as the orb is there, it's helping your Merkid move faster and faster. Right? So that's the idea. I think it's balanced enough because the enemy will indeed hit you or attempt to destroy it or hit you instead, try to take you out that way. And to be fair, a Merkid does not have high HP. So that's why I have this passive, Pitch Black, as more of a means to defend itself, right? Because it will redirect some of the enemy's attacks, especially early game when there's not much wide tag moves available. So it would redirect some of the attacks. Viscous Stains, it's the one passive I'm thinking of changing because it's just basically anyone who uses a Nyx type move. I think I'm gonna increase its scope from Nyx and or I so we'll have to change that moving forward. So and or Swarmer types move. Okay, so now it has a greater scope. So it's much more what do you call that? Utility. It has more utility, yeah. Because it has a broader scope rather than just locked into the next move. I think it's fine enough because Rupture for free, well, not really free, but Rupture itself is a powerful debuff. It's a debuff where the more Rupture stacks the target has, it receives more damage, right? This is already a 10% damage multiplier on top of the hit that the target is going to receive. And it's not going to go away after the hit. No, only half of it is going to disappear after the hit. So after the hit, it will still have 3 more stacks remaining. And if you use this again, that target will have 8 stacks on top of the 5 more on top of the 3, so it will get 8. So yeah, it's a compounding thing. It's basic. It's not just helping Merkid, it's also helping the team, and it also aids other swarmers and other Nyxes where Pitch Black Ink is just solo just for your Merkid. Or I think no, I think it's fine because the wording here is quite explicit. It will affect all other Merkids regardless of me. I guess I should say it for clarity, right? I should put in a clause here that this... I don't think so, because it's gonna confuse it. It's already understood that if you get 2 Merkids with this same passive, they'll each generate a Nyx Orb, right? Each of them will generate 1, and both Nyx Orbs will affect each. So if somehow those Nyx Orbs survive, they would both get extra turns, 2 extra turns. So yeah, I think it's fine. I think the wording is fine. I think. But if it's really confusing, I'll just put in a clause, like a paragraph that says, this also affects other Merkids. Or this Nyx Orb also counts for other creatures with the same passive, something like that. So yeah, I think we're fine with that. And again, there's no real control. It will stay there at the beginning of the round. It will be generated and it will be destroyed. So when it gets destroyed, it does nothing, right? It's both functions as a offensive buff if it survives, and a defensive buff because the enemy will have to allocate resources to take it out. So it's 1 free hit being redirected away from your Merkid. Or if your enemy has a wide tag move, which basically is a move that hits everything, it's gonna hit both the Merkid and the object. So I think we're fine. I think it's balanced enough. Actually, my main concern for the passive is the fact that it might get too easily countered to the point that it's useless. That's why I have it scale up with the more levels your Merkid has. Because later on, the more you progress through the game, wide tag moves will be quite prevalent. There will be quite prevalent. There will be a lot of creatures that will be running with wide tags, that's for sure. Because a lot of the moves I gave in the creatures actually has some moves that are wide. Because it's for utility, right? You gotta have that versatility. Unless the main gimmick of the creature is solo targeting. Like Mehraj over here. I think I didn't give Mehraj too much wide tag moves. Because one of his main gimmicks is just... Let me just read out the passive for you. Orate Dominance. Now this is a fun little passive. This creature gets plus 100 max HP. So on top of its default HP, once you get this level 1, if you get it level 1, it already bumps it to 220, so that's a lot of free HP. At the start of combat, choose an opposing creature. As long as that creature is not incapacitated, this creature, you mean your Mehraj, gets plus 40% to its power and speed stat. So basically it moves faster, it hits faster because it wants to assassinate that target. It's itching for that fight. Give me that fight. I challenge you, you bastard. Get over here. Let's fight. That's basically it. And the more I think about it, I think we should have pull over. Yeah. I'm gonna rake you in with the claws. There you go. I'll give you that. And if the creature gets incapacitated, he gets more XP, basically. He gets a boost in XP gets from that fight. He has to do the last hit, otherwise he won't get the XP bonus. He will lose, of course, the stat bonus, because the target is no longer there. But it's a very good way of dealing with other big creatures in the field, where like, oh, you need to go down fast. Not really big creatures too, just creatures in general that are more acting as the enemy team's anchor or main support creature, like a healing creature, a defense creature, or a debuff creature, or something like that. Something that you really need out of the field fast. That's where this passive becomes useful. And a lot of his moves are actually, see, he has Cleave. This is the biggest AoE move I think he has. Dark Claw, Sunder, Channel, Fury. Yeah, these are all single target. I think Trample is also a wide tag move, but you can see he doesn't have much. Gloom Blast is a wide tag, so that's 1, 2. Yeah, he has 3. Out of all of that, he has 3 wide tag moves. So yeah, this is a creature not really designed to use massive, big-ass spells. So I imagine the other creatures further up. So yeah, wide tags are quite common. Because again, this game is playable for multiple creatures. You can run as many creatures as your character can carry. Because you have a creature limit with your link runes. So you start with 3, and you can upgrade that gradually by paying currency, or sometimes it's rewards from missions, you know, stuff like that. So you get that. You also have your character's arcane stat, which basically determines your max mana capacity. But its main use in game is, if you would see the creatures, they have an MD stat. It's not magic defense. No. It's mana draw. What it does is, if you look at the Billy Jack over here, it has a 12 MD cost. It's a cost. So if your character has 12 arcane or higher, you can use this creature. If your character has 11 below arcane, you cannot field this creature, because you do not have the sufficient mana to channel to power this creature. That's how it works. So yeah, technically you can field as many creatures as you want. It's just that the question is, do you have mana to it? Do you have the bandwidth, I guess, is the term that I would go for. The bandwidth, the magical bandwidth to power all these creatures. Because once the creature is bonded to you, the creature moving forward will be relying to you on your mana to power its abilities to survive. Okay? They have the energy stat, which is the amount of energy or mana they can channel inside their bodies, but the mana they're using to fill that energy stat is yours. It's just that some creatures are more efficient in how they channel or how they process mana. That's why some of them have high energy stats, some of them have low energy stats, because it's the biology of how well they process the mana they feed from you, they take from you. Okay? So that's another thing. If we're gonna go and look at the gods, okay, the gods are super powerful. They're boss tier, they're boss endgame, but their MD cost is astronomically high. Like, the highest MD cost in the game is Aurelion. He is the main god. He's the god of light and resilience and empire. He's the top G. He is the god. He's the first among equals. He is the emperor of Ashen. Was the emperor of Ashen. He led the Auric dynasty up until the civil war that crashed that dynasty, and the Great Schism happened and his son took over. Then we have the current timeline where his son was beaten and a new founding era. So, mind you, these gods are weaker now. They're like at 10% their power rating level. So they're reduced. So 150 MD is what you need to field the big guy, while the other gods would range around 50 MD. That's their default. 50 MD, some will be lower, but they will be reduced, and you have ways to make them more powerful, but it's going to cost even more MD or mana draw. Yes, that is my way of balancing players from hoarding or throwing the biggest in the room. You have to work for it. I will let you have fun with the toys, no problem. I want that. I want you to have fun with the toys, but we gotta understand, this is still a game. We still need to overcome the challenge, and we gotta put a little bit of a limit there, a little bit of a balance, right? And I assure you, there are ways to increase the player's arcane. Just one of the races alone, Espers. Imagine these things, which are basically just nothing but balls of mana. Just if you played StarCraft, if you know the Archon, it's basically fire, a glowing ball of power, plasma, whatever. That's an Esper. And it has this unique racial trait, which it gets at the very start of the game, level 1, where you roll a dice at 1d20, and whatever the result is, that's going to be added into that creature or that character's arcane stat. So it has, I think, a default of 5. It's 5. But the dice roll will determine your additional arcane. Every time you would either use any arcane stat for any sort of check. Every time you start combat, you roll that dice and you see how much additional arcane you can get. So theoretically, an Esper character can field the most powerful forms or high maintain or high MD creatures right off the gate. And it's also another reason for players to invest on lower MD cost creatures that sure do not have much upgrades, but they also have unique playthroughs. They have unique passives, they have their own. Again, the goal is to have all the creatures, when I say all, I mean all creatures, not just the final form, to be playable late game. I want them to be, there's a reason for you. If you really like, for example, Merkid or Torvin or Nimdal or Whisper, those are the first form starters. If you somehow really like the way they play, you don't want to change them, or you need the MD space for other bigger creatures, go right ahead. It's not going to hamper you. I will design all the creatures to be playable, to be customizable to the point they can go toe to toe with some of the some of the higher forms, higher ascensions as well. Right? It's all about your investment into that creature. How are you going to build it? How are you going? Because if you would look at the stats right there, each creature has a glyph upgrade capacity. These are special condensed in lore. Imagine you're holding a little stone of condensed pure mana, and you can use that to rewire your creature, to customize it, to apply it in one of the stats HP, power, DR, energy, speed, MD, and it will upgrade that. It's a permanent upgrade to your creature. So if you want to make a HP heavy creature, why not? Dump all your glyphs onto the HP of that creature, no problem. If you think your Billy Jack is or your Merkid is too low with its defenses, go ahead and grab yourself some glyphs. Upgrade that creature. Go ahead. And again, don't worry. Again, I designed the game to be consistent. There's no real ceiling to it. It's really how far you're willing to invest and how far you're willing to go. There will be other ways to increase the creature's upgrade capacity. And I already envisioned the item. It's a consumable, where the lower the ascension level of the creature is, the more customization, the more glyph capacity it's gonna give. Because if we're gonna go with the creatures here, the higher level the creature is, the more MD, of course, it will take, and the more potential raw stats it has, because then it's already requesting too much of you, so logically it should have more power, right? They just don't have much customizable because, again, it mirrors the lore. They have become too specialized onto that whatever adaptation for that final form is or does. Room for customizing its genetics is a bit slimmer now, unlike with the previous form where it's smaller and it's much not less yet reaching or reach the full vision of its line, right? It has a lot of room for customization still. Now, we will not go any further to explain what happens when you ascend the creature or whatever, what happens to the upgrades, but basically stats carry over. They just add. So if the creature's base level 1 stat, when you ascend it level 16, you just grab the level 1 stat of the ascension form and deduct it. If there are any deductions, you deduct. If any additions, you add. So base level 1 plus base level 1. Any discrepancies from the stats, you just add it on the new ascension form. That's it. That's the basic math for it currently, right? I might change it, but most likely that's going to be the rule for it. That's how it's going to stand. It's much more easier to compute. No need to overcomplicate things because, again, first, the game is going to be designed for tabletop. This is already a lot of things, a lot of systems players need to work with. I don't need to overcomplicate things further by putting in more computations. No, I want the math to be as simple as plus, minus. The highest thing, the most complicated computation you're going to do is just for percentage-wise. Right? But most of the time, it's just simple mathematical equations of plus this, plus that, and some minus here. Some multiplication there, and percentages. But other than that, no. I won't go with big numbers. The biggest number we will so far in the game is 9,999, and that is the HP of the top god, Aurelion. But other than that, no, I really would like to stay with the lower numbers because it's easier to read and much more easier to deal with in terms of computation. Because if you were to look, especially me, if I were to look at 10 and you ask me what is a 20% of 10, it's 2. Done. It's easy. But if you were to ask me what is a 20% of 945, it's like, fuck off. Let me grab my calculator, right? So yeah. But the HP is the thing that really goes to the thousands numbers. I don't remember having a creature with 100 plus power. I think the highest one was around 50-ish something with Perish Gilgal. For defense, yeah, same too. I don't want to bloat defense and power too much. I want the game where the fights are not really late game Pokemon style, where it just revolves to who hits first and who has the bigger weakness. Or yeah, it's just one, two hits. Everyone is one-shottable. Everyone is one hit. I kind of don't like that. I prefer fights to have an actual exchange. Like, it's not just basic rock, paper, scissors when it comes to the fights. There's an actual chance for you to beat bad matchups. It just depends on how you deal with it, right? That's my vision for the fights. And again, one way we'll see that how well it plays is that once we get to the experimentation, once we get to actual players doing the thing. Because sure, I can run simulations with the AI, but it's gotta be the AI. I really don't trust simulations that much. I prefer actual people who would do it, right? Because the AI would go for the most optimal thing, yeah, but it's not usually what people do. Usually people would, go for optimal, but mostly people would just go by instincts. Like, fuck that, I'm just gonna feel for it. And they would be different vastly to whatever simulation the AI would do. And that's the genuine data I want when it comes to balancing and making adjustments to the numbers, right? So yeah, that is another long tangent, and you know what? I like it. I love doing these tangents. I love sharing the work, the idea, right? And if there's any other questions or anything, again, I'm always here. Just go ahead and ask me. We'll go ahead and clarify that, or you have to change it. But other than that, yeah, the rules are ready. Again, I keep on saying this every time I stream. The rules are ready. We just need to fill them up, and we're filling them up. So let's go ahead and go back to thinking about this passive ability. Yay. Umbral Choir. Okay. No, I want it to be pan related. Colloquial pan is too much. An adjective describing pan. Pan-like? Pan-like. Sounds like panic. I kinda like that, actually. Pan-like. Panic. Yeah, I kinda like that. Super cool. Hey, thank you! And hello, Games Made Gourmet. Oh my god, I read that in one go. Nice. Actual people, right? That is the real test for me. So, as I was saying, pan... Cloak. There you go. That is my pun. That is my pun. It's close to pan, and it's kind of like a panic cloak. Yeah, it's gonna be both ways. It's gonna be my initial idea is gonna give the cloak is gonna give him Billy Jack initiative in the turn order, or you can use it to evade. So it's not a mode switch. I think I'll make it into a reaction thing. So how does the game work, and what platform engine is it running on? That is a good question, because currently my initial idea is have the game be first playable tabletop. Yes, once I get to the testing phase, I will actually host games, open invite to anyone who's willing to test the game with me. I will go ahead and set up a server for that, a Discord for this, so we can organize games. Then, once I get to a point where I can support myself into 100%ing doing the thing, my main goal, this is my dream, I said this earlier, my dream is to have the game be on the Steam page. Yes, I will eventually translate the game into a PC game. I was already advised a couple of engines, and I'm eyeing on, I forgot the name, but the engine for Slay the Spire 2. Whatever Slay the Spire 2 is using as their engine, that is what I'm eyeing, because one of the inspirations for the game is actually Slay the Spire. So yeah, that is my current goal, but right now I'm focusing on making the rules and the assets for it in preparation for the test, the tabletop test. But yeah, hopefully if we get successful with that, if we get to a point where I can actually 100%, I will learn or get this game translated to PC. That is the final goal, is to eventually see it on the Steam page, and
yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, there are two engines. I forgot the names, but one of them is the one Slate Aspire is using. Yeah, so that's another thing too. I'm thinking about doing the server right now, the Discord server right now, actually, because that way I can build up people, right? I can have people come in if they really want to join the server, or if they want to get some updates, whatever, or hang out, whatever. So when I get to a point where I'm testing games, there are actually already people in the server, rather than to build the server while I'm doing the test runs. So yeah, Godot, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you're right. That's it. Godot, and yeah, that's it. That's the engine. Thank you. And I think it's on Steam, actually. I remember checking that. Yeah, I think it's on Steam. There you go. See, it's already on Steam. And you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna go ahead and add it to my library. There you go. So I won't forget it. I'm gonna add it so I don't forget it anymore. Yeah, this is the engine I'm gonna use it on. And that'll be a first time. All this, mind you, people, I have no prior experience in making a game. Anything. The closest thing I have experience when it comes to making a game is actually the primary foundation as to the game systems. Okay? Back in the day, when I was a teenager, Pokemon was a big thing, right? And I am a fan of Pokemon. To this day, I am updated on the latest generation, Gen 9. Okay? And the Mega Evolutions from Legend ZA. Okay? I used to host a homebrew Pokemon game using the cards as catalyst, and some of the card game's rules as catalyst for the homebrew game, where I would copy the map from the game, from the Game Boy games and from the anime. I would copy them, translate them into pen and paper, and have my players run around in that map. And I would GM them for it. And I would develop my own systems, so the cards would be playable in that homebrew. That is my main inspiration for it. That's where the glyph system came from, because that's how we do the upgrades, and that's how I came up with the MD thing, because I can see the snowballing effect happening, and with the damage numbers too, with the DR and the power, since the card game does not have any sort of mitigation or amplification when your creatures level up. So yeah, that is the main inspiration for it. Are you going to start off with Tabletop Simulator? That is another thing that I am gonna explore, because I need a platform to do the thing, right? So Tabletop Simulator could help ease things a lot when it comes to doing the background computations, the actual the assets for the scenarios, right, for the maps. Because I don't know, because I really don't want to get exploring that bit yet. I want to focus on making this, but as long as my main problem is the randomization of opponent NPCs, the randomization of creatures for the captures, right, for the capture nodes, and the item drops, the randomization of that, the randomization of the random scenarios for the scenario nodes, the map generation. That's the biggest thing. The map generation. If Tabletop Simulator can provide me or can help me make maps, because currently there are two modes to play the game. The overworld game, which is a fixed drawn out map, which I will do eventually, but for me to test the game systems, the quickest way is to do the expeditions mode, which is supposed to be a end game sort of thing, but I'm gonna translate that as the main mode for now, so we can get the game in a functional state, so I can test out the systems quicker. So expeditions mode is basically you start from one location,
And every time you would choose a mission, you would choose the mission, then map tier, you would prepare your items, your team, then go out into the map. That map is randomly generated like Slay the Spire. Like I said, one of my main inspirations is Slay the Spire. So if we're gonna go to one of the worlds here, one of the rules here, so let's go to the world. Alright, so I've made, oh, there's the planet. Hello, this is the planet of Ashen, everyone. And yeah, this is where the main game is set, and this is where we're gonna be expeditioning. And it's not just one continent, there's a couple. So yeah, I told you, world building and me, we are lovers. I cannot live without world building. I just cannot stop once I start doing the thing. So either way, moving back, and here are all the starters, by the way. Here are all the starters and their typings. 16, 17, because there's one secret one, and I am over here, so I still need to do these 5, or actually these 4, because I already done Meshabite. So I'm currently working on the Merkid line, then Nelly, Nullplip, Umifin, and Incaron, but I already did the rest. Okay, so as I was saying, expedition mode maps will, this is the overworld map, by the way. That's the current iteration of it. It's a hex-based grid, of course, much more easier, and the maps would have tiers, so up to tier 10. And here is a expedition map. There you go. So this is it, the Slay the Spire style expedition map with its own nodes and the goal. So it's not always like this. Sometimes there will be specific maps like here. This is a tier 5 map, I think, because the biomes per map will have different effects. So a lush biome would have bonuses and trade-offs for that. A desert biome will have different effects for that. So here for higher maps, there will be special instances called special nodes. So aside from the goal, whatever the goal mission is, this is just an example of the goal of being over here, but whatever the goal is, there will be special nodes, and they would be unique mini maps in the map. So those tend to be fixed like this. So it will be special maps with fixed systems like this, and there's a unique interaction at the end. So yeah, I do have ideas like that. So if Tabletop Simulator can help me do this, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. So yeah, it's the roguelike mode for the, it's supposed to be the end game mode, but considering how easy it is to set up, it's gonna be the main mode we're gonna be focusing while we're doing the test. And the more I think about it, I think the overworld thing will be more on the tabletop, because I might just end up just focusing the entire content, the entire story in the expeditions mode. Maybe, for now. Oh wow, it really is like Slay the Spire with the map pack. Yeah, I told you, it's one of my main, what do you call that, inspirations. It is. I really love Slay the Spire. I have, how many hours playing those games, see? Currently I have 190 on the second one, and 400 on the first one. And I love this game so much, man. I have this thing modded, okay? I have mods for this. That's how much I play this game. I played both of them mod. Well, not really this one. I haven't modded this one yet, because I'm waiting for mods to be more stable. I don't want having my save ruined because of some mod, like my experience with Skyrim and Fallout. So yeah, I'm waiting for the game to be stable, then I'll go ahead and mod it. So base game for now, but with the OG game, I can play this without mods. I'm already at the point where I live with the mods. But I really love it. It's one of the few games where you can break it has sufficient challenge, right? It has sufficient challenge, and it also allows you to break the game. That's the thing. That is my main inspiration. Games like Diablo, Path of Exile, Baldur's Gate, games like Magic the Gathering, games like that, they have very simple yet deep interactions with the systems, and you the player, is allowed to break them. Same with Slay the Spire. Monster Train is another game like that does the same thing. I like those games. It has sufficient challenge, but it allows me to break the game, right? That's why if you would read some of the passives of my creatures, you would be like, oh shit, that's a bit broken. Yeah, I know. The question is, the only thing I would balance in this game is how easy it is for you, the player, to get to that broken aspect. If it's too easy, I will maybe adjust some numbers, but if you get there, sure, why not? Enjoy, knock yourself out. Alright? Especially with the gods. If we were gonna go with the god passives, you would see some of those gods would actually tell you what to do per your turn. They would have things where it literally breaks the rules, where you ignore this rule because this god is the god of sin and he thrives on excess. So the more you break that rule, the more powerful he becomes. Yeah, that's how I go about the passives with this with the creatures. As much as possible, all of them are unique. All of them have their own flavor. And again, I keep on saying this, all creatures are playable. You can bring a Meshabite to endgame if you want, if you build it enough. Because its passives is different from a Hatslace, and a Hatslace passives is different from a Raj. Even their unique moves are different. Even their learned moves are different. Right? And to counteract that, I have made all creatures to be catchable. I won't do where this creature can only be acquired by no. All of them are catchable. You just need to go to the biome where they are and run the catch nodes. I'm 100% Slay the Spire. Oh, damn! I never 100% Slay the Spire because I think it got blocked when I put in the mods. So yeah, I never got to the point where I 100%ed the game because I think this is when I started making the mods or putting the mods, and it blocked a lot some of the, which is fine. It doesn't matter to me. But yeah, damn. Double boss, Ascension 10, that's painful. Damn. I find this project direction really interesting and worth my time to watch it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And for in the future, just watch the main channel because I will be posting lore videos as well and rule videos. Because of course the streams help, but it's not as digestible, you know. It's not as digestible. So I will get to a point where if I'm comfortable enough with the lore, with the rules, I'll go ahead and make the shorter lore and rule videos. So if you're interested about the lore, what's going on, and the creature designs and all that, just watch out for it. Thank you. So yeah, that is my main goal. That's my inspiration for the game. That's why we're doing all this. Because I just woke up one day where it was like, I kind of want to, what if I make a creature battler? And 3 months since then, here I am. It just started with an impulse. It is so much of an impulse. Okay, if we're gonna go with the creature, look at all that. I have so many designs already. If we're gonna go here in my utility folder for my assets for my streams, the creature folder for Ashen and the Ashen assets is actually located inside the asset folder for Baldur's Gate 3. It's that much of a mini project. It just ballooned so much. Now I'm like, you know what? We're gonna 100% this. I'm gonna let my ambition get over. Okay? I'm gonna let my ambition take over. And here I am. I am now devoting the channel, which is once a review/video gaming channel, into this. This is gonna be it. This is me. I am now Phoenix, the lone dev of the Ashen project, of the Ashen Creature Battler project. And hopefully we get I get more feedback. People see it. Yeah, they tell me whether they like it or not. You know, I am okay. Don't worry, I'm a big boy. I'm a big boy. I can take it. I can take it if you call me cringe. It's fine. And actually, I would prefer getting criticized with this because that would make me think on some of the designs and some of the ideas. See if they really would fly. You know? So yes, now let's go back to designing Billy Jack. Aw, I see the chungers again. And that's another thing. I don't like bragging or tooting my own horn, but these drawings here, I can't believe I'm at the point where I'm actually making this type of drawings. There was a point where I was just making the drawings, just placeholder assets, whatever. Now, I'm getting more ambitious to the point I'm actually making atmospheric drawings for the merkid like this, right? I even did a breach scene where one of the starters is basically an eel shark, Macorial. Let me just go up here, because this is among my favorite drawings right here. Oh, look at that. The male and female has very much Dark Souls energy. This is the starter for the martial types, which is basically, if we're gonna go Pokemon language, this is your fighting types, right? But for me, there's a reason why some creatures have weapons and some have armor and some are cyborg. The way I go for world building is I build the world first, then I scale down to how things are gonna fit inside it. I don't go, this is the thing I want, and the world building just doesn't mean anything. No. If it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. So, as I was saying, one of my favorite drawings is this. The breach scene. Where are you, Macorial? And I'm also biased with Macorial's design, to be honest, because I really am a sucker for sleek designs. Like, that. Okay, come on, we're close. ModDB, there you go. Look at that. Look at that! Yeah, this is the first time ever. This is among the most ambitious drawings I did for this project. It's that. Look at that breach scene. I never thought I'd gotten to a point where I actually draw a perspective like that. And this is how it looks like side view, by the way. Yes, it's a eel shark sort of thing that's 15 foot long, or 15 feet. And it's able to generate both mist and steam using its internal... It's a water-fire type. Yes, the typings are quite wild, and I love that. See, it's a water-fire type, and it can generate both steam and mist as part of its passives. It's an ambush predator, in a way. So yeah, look at that. Look at that. Very ambitious with the drawings, and I love it. Yes, there is a reason in universe why a creature like that, which is basically, because that's another thing I found weird with some creature battlers. They really do not explain certain things in the world. Like, how would a Sea King, which is basically a fish, fight on a terrestrial environment, on overland? It doesn't show. I have not seen the anime since the second season, but how would they show that in the anime? Is it just the Sea King is just floating? That's it? There's no real reason to it? So, in my infinitisms, in my infinite weirdness when it comes to lore and world building, I have formulated a idea where the creature, some creatures, or the trainer, the Astari, the Animancer, would use magic to form a sort of hydro blanket. So imagine the creature having a thin layer of magical water, condensation around it, and it uses that to propel itself or to swim in the air. So some creatures are able to do that, some don't. They would require you to do it for them, but I won't have that as an additional thing in terms of another logistics thing. Your Animancer just does it automatically. Unless people want it, but for now, no. There's no real mechanical link to that idea in the game. It's just an in-lore explanation why a fully aquatic creature is capable of fighting things over land. That's its only function, is just a loophole reasoning why a fish would be able to slap a mouse over land. So let's see. Let us continue. Pan a cloak. What's my idea?
the start? The beginning? No, I don't want it to be at the beginning of every round. I want it to be something proactive, where you use it as a reaction, you would save it, right? You would save it, then you would use it. So there's a little bit of okay, I have it. Okay, I got it. Once. Well, I also started with them once again. What different types are... Oh, okay, so... Interesting question, and don't worry, we have the answer for that with the type matching table. One of my friends saw this earlier. Was like, damn, you're really into this, huh? You even have your tables and spreadsheets. Yes, brother. This is how deep I am in this rabbit hole. So there are 17 types in the game. 17 currently. The types are Verdant, Swarm, Fey, Fire, Water, Earth, Air, Martial, Artifice, Voltaic, Nyx, Essence, Ether, Base, Mythical, Illuminate, and Void. So here are the type matching tables. As you can see, you have your basic Verdant / Druidic magic. Because again, each of the types, considering this is a sci-fi fantasy setting, so the types are, think of them as schools of magic. So Verdants are those who use Druidic magic. Swarmers are those who use primal magic, where it's basically your it's very simple body enhancing sort of magic, something like that, but it's more attuned to a mana economy sort of thing, right? It's more attuned for little scurrying creatures. Wow, that wasn't taken. Yeah, it's a pain. It's a pain because, and this is all theoretic, so it might change with the numbers, but yeah, it is quite the pain because thinking of how an artifice type would be interact and what sort of weaknesses it would have, right? Because, for example, you can clearly see there's a hierarchy with the typing here. Illuminate types, you see they have WR. And oh, before we get to that, I do have one gripe when it comes to creature battling, is that the hard counter. There are types in a lot of creature battlers where if you have this type fight against this type, it's a 1-for-1 dead end. It's immune to it. I don't like that idea, to be honest. It's cool, but I don't like it in terms of mechanics. I don't like a fight to be a straight up rock, paper, scissors. I still want someone to have a chance to be beaten, okay? And hello again, Gaines. So as I was saying, there is no one for one immunity. The way weakness hits are complicated in the game is that imagine if you have two types. You have the primary type and the secondary type. So if your primary type is hit by a move that is weak to it, like fire hitting a verdant type, it's gonna deal 50% more damage to the attacked target. If your second type, your secondary type, is also weak to fire, let's say it's a swarmer type, so verdant swarm, get hits by fire, it's not gonna be double damage. No, we don't do that. It's gonna be 20% more damage. So 70% is the cap for double weakness hits. I really don't like the late game everyone dies in 3 hits sort of thing. I want the fight to have an actual exchange. For you, the one that's disadvantaged, to have a chance to beat the other side. There's a real tactic going on. There's a real exchange of blows. I don't like it's who's the fastest. And trust me, the speed stat in this game is wild. My speed ruling is wild, alright? I have a different way of approaching the speed rule. But yeah, that's how it works for weaknesses hits and resistance hits. So if it's a resist, it's the same thing. 50% for the primary, 20% for the weakness. And as I was trying to say earlier, the Illuminate types, they are the rarest types in the game, and there is no wild Illuminate type. All the Illuminate types are the gods. This is the type of godhood. If you see an illuminate type, that is a god being. That is a being, that is a character, that is a being that is basically someone with temples, someone with dedication, someone who is actively being worshipped. And the reason why they're WR is that the typing's primary or default ability is that at the start of every round, you would choose whether your illuminate type would deal all weakness hits. So basically all their attacks, regardless of typing, will be weakness. Regardless. Or they will resist all incoming damage. So that's why it's WR for all the typings, except for other illuminate types and the void. The void is another type, which, let's just say, long story short, in terms of the lore, they are outsiders. They're technically alien, quote unquote. So yeah, they're weak against they hate illuminates and they hate each other. Those are the only standouts. So yeah, it is quite a nightmare to think and conceive of the balance and have them be unique in what they do, right? That's the best and hardest part to do, to be honest, because what is essentially the difference between a base type and an earth type, right? Earth depends are the more geomantic sort of thing. So they like walling up, they're naturally tougher, right? Base types are the creatures, think of them as in between, right? In the world where a lot of creatures or animals and races have developed this affinity for magic, the base types, because there are still regular animals in the world. Yes, there's still cats, dogs, whatever. They're still regular animals, so the base types are the regular animals, but they are in between. They don't rely 100% on mana, on magic. They don't. But whenever they can, they might use it. So they're in between. So they're either going to revert back to pure non-mana dependency, or they might just go ahead and make the next step. Do you take suggestions for creatures? Yes! I will take suggestions for creatures. Because the only creatures I have set so far are the starters. They're all over here. The starters and the gods are all done. There are a couple of wild creatures that are not starters / gods. Some of them are mythical boss creatures. Some of them are background creatures that just so happen to design because I need a creature for that or this particular rule. Some of them are just concepts that I just thought of. So yeah, I will be needing at least 250 creatures. That is my goal. 250 for an initial pool before we start to the testing phase. And I think, let's see how many I have already. So I have 257 selected. You take half of that. So yeah, I think I'm halfway through. So I still have a good chunk of other creatures that I have not yet thought of. I have a couple of them in my head right now, not yet drawn, just concepts. But yeah, I'm down. I will have streams eventually once I get to designing creatures, once I'm done designing or making stat sheets for all the other creatures I have already drawn. I'm gonna go ahead and make streams where, hey chat, give me a creature design. Give me an idea. Because I will not make them, of course, let me just be clear with this right now. I will accept chat idea creatures. Yes, that's part of it. I love that. I really do. It's just that I'll have to make them work inside the lore. Okay? I can't just make a human, real human-looking creature. It has to make sense inside the lore. So I have to de-creaturify it, or I have to Ashenize it, so to speak. But yes, I will gladly take suggestions and concepts. No problem there. Dude, I am even 100% willing to suggest a passive right now for the creature. Give me ideas. It's fine. It's no issue. I'll gladly note all that. I was saying, Panic Cloak. What are we gonna do here? I'd love a Verdant Martial Aztec inspired rage. Oh, dude. A Quetzalcoatl sort of thing? Or maybe I could do something like a Jaguar Warrior sort of. They seem that the brain is already up there. It's already the gear, the cogs are already working, right? So yeah, I could even make a Jaguar Warrior thing, or I know the Jaguar Eagle Warrior thing is like rank. I can have that as its ascension, where you have the lower rank be the first form, whether it's an Eagle Warrior that relies on throwing at attles, then it ascends to a Jaguar Warrior type creature, where it, instead of the attle, it would use the Obsidian Blade, right? And they're not really mutually better than one another, they complement each other. So I have a creature here where they complement each other with the passives. So if we go up here with the Meshabite line, here, just look at them, the male and the female, clearly Egyptian themed, right? They're the Sphinx. The passives complement each other. So we have the Krios and the Andros. So that's basically the two types of Sphinxes that we see in mythology among the types, actually. Andros is the male, so it supports the female, and the female supports the male. For example, here, as long as this creature is in the field, your opponent cannot target any creature without this passive, so it protects your back line. And if there's a creature in the field with the passive Krios, both creatures receive any healing the other receives. And the female, inversely, she would shoot any creature that is targeted by your attacks by an air-type damage if you roll a 12 up. And if there is a creature with a passive called Andros, both creatures receive each other's buffs. So yeah, I can make them complement one another or something like that. And the final form should be inspired by one of the Aztec gods. Maybe the Aztec god of war or something equivalent to that. I'm not much keen on the lore of the Aztecs, but yeah, that is something. See, the brain is already turning. I need to know that. I need to know that. Alright, timestamp on stream. This is 4:32. 4:32. Aztec idea. Okay. Maybe an arachnid sort of thing? Yeah! Oh shit! Oh my god. Dude, it can be a martial artifice type, where the final form is not really an arachnid, but think of the creature inside becoming an artifice type. So imagine artifice types, they're like cyborgs. They're like creatures that have used technology in order to do things. And that's why Almagosi looks like this. Because Almagosi is a creature that has learned to create its own biosuit to offset the biological functions it needs so it can focus 100% on thinking. That's why it has this. That's why it looks like this. It has a biosuit. So it can do all the tasks because it thrives on thinking. So the more it thinks, the more energy it generates, the more it feeds itself. So it's a closed loop. So what it did is, for it to reduce its capacity to, or reduce some of the load, it created a biosuit, sealed and everything, where the floating, the food process, every other biological function is done by the suit, and the rest of all it does is thinking. So yeah, that's an artifice type right here. And another extreme version of an artifice type is the starter for the artifice type, which is actually among my favorite designs because I'm totally not biased for Triceratops as my favorite dinosaur. It's, look at that. That is the Proceratron. That is the final form or final ascension of the artifice starter. It turns into a drone-producing solar mana-powered battleship. Well, drone carrier that can float up to 1,200 feet. And it's basically a cyborg. I can do that. The world will allow me to do that. I can go all biopunk. Alright? If we're gonna go with some of the gods designs I showed earlier, remember, I can go Eldritch too. The lore will allow it. It just has to be a bit in the how the creature would look like. Right? That's where the thing is. But the concept can be made. I can make cyborgs, I can make eldritch creatures. In fact, one of the types is called Void. It's literally eldritch horror. And if we're gonna go to one of my docs here called the typing of the types, where I explain the types. This is where I explain the types here. This is where I first drew the starters. So if we're gonna go for the starter line for the Void. Oh look, some of the gods. This is the Void starters. This is the Void starter right here. Nullflip is your starter for Void. And it ascends to a Donkey Hog. And the final form is literally a Shabnigarath goat creature. That makes little offspring that can swarm its enemies. So yeah, I can go Eldritch too, and this one is another Void-type creature, Celurin. It's basically think of it as a siren that lures you with its very feminine form, and it opens up the moment you go near it. See, its actual face is in its body. See, those eyes? And if you were to remove the arms, you can see the mouth slit runs out down here, and there's another pair of eyes over here. So yeah, I can go Eldritch too if I want. It just has to fit inside the lore. And this is another one too. Full Eldritch, baby. So yeah, I can go wild if I want to. The world will allow it. Bless my for showing this to me. I love it, dude. Thank you. So yeah, if you want to start with a Void creature, why not? Have fun. Go ahead and ascend to a Shabnigarath or stay with a Nullflip. Why not? It's up to you. It's all up to you. There is also a starter for the gods. It's a secret starter, but there is a starter creature for the Illuminate types as well. You have to beat the main story first before you do that. Before you get them. But yes, that is my main idea. All the types will have starters, and I am even willing to put in a chaos mode. It's basically you roll a random creature. It's like, you want this as your starter? Sure, why not? Have fun with it. Assuming you can field it, why not? Assuming you can field it. So yeah, I do get wild. I will allow it. Just give me the idea. It will flow. I will make it fit to the world, and if I can't, I will try to make it fit as much as I can. I'll try. I'll try to work it in. Yeah, I'm okay, dude. The only thing I don't see doing is doing the overtly feminine designs like what we see with Digimon, with Sakuyamon. Okay, I gotta say this. Among my favorite Digimon is Sakuyamon, and I kinda don't like the fact that she has been sexualized to fuck, but what can I say? So, yeah, this is the type of design that I don't see myself doing with the setting. This overly female designs, especially with Beal Starmon. Beal Starmon is a design that I'll never see myself do for this setting, okay? I might do a character, a human character or an elven character that will dress like this. But for a creature, no. I gotta put the line. I won't be making a creature like this. But for a character, yes, I can make it for a character. A sapient character, not a creature. Venus flytrap creature. That's basically Horphania, right? Actually, if we go to the line, if we go back to the typing of types, you would see the ascension line for Orphemia. See, it starts at a dashling right here, the small little thing. Yeah, that's a dashling, where it's running around, chasing the sunlight with its roots. It's a little seed. Then it ascends into a voltaic verdant type. It's over here. It ascends to this, Bulbturnia, where basically can convert photosynthesis into electrical energy now. Then its final ascension is that. I told you the type changes is massive. I just stick with the primary typing for the starters because they're the starters. They're the representative of those types, so their primary typing should not change. But for ordinary creatures, for other creatures, yeah, I can go wild with the type changes because they're not really designed as for a straight up get better stat block thing. No, they're a different way to play. It just so happens that they are a part of this particular species. It's up to you if you want to raise that or you want to stick to that. Oh, look at that. I'm sorry. I gotta comb for a bit. This is among my favorite designs, okay? I am now at a point that I have biases over my own designs. This is among my favorite Mihraj. You can tell I really like the sleek design creatures. He is among them. I like the Macorial, the one I showed earlier, the shark eel thing. And this is among them too. And Proceratron, the Triceratops. This is the Mihraj. I really like this bastard. Alright? And it really shows with some of the drawings I made for him. Let's look at that. I had to make him do the Wolverine pose. I'm sorry. I have to make him do the Wolverine pose. I'm sorry. He's that cool of a creature design. I cannot help it. I cannot help it. I have to make him do the Wolverine pose. And I even have him here too. This is Draco Yusha. This is the starter, the final ascension form for the starter for the Draconic line, for the mythical type. And yes, it is a Dark Soul inspired creature. It dual wields both Hydromancy and Geomancy, and it has a massive fuck-off double-bladed weapon. And I had to draw it getting beaten up by the Mihraj because I just love this creature so much. I'm sorry. I will vindicate this creature on its actual profile, okay? I'll draw this creature rising up in the air with its weapon stabbing through a Mihraj. Just for the sake of fairness. I'll do it. But I cannot help it. It's too fucking cool to not have it at victory. And it's actually in lore too, because that's what it does. It actually just goes around and challenges everything. It always wants to be the biggest thing in the room. It would go against the sort of anti-human alien design of the world, and would... Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's what I said. It has to stay within the boundaries of the lore. I don't want it to stand out. It's fine. We can do all the way with that, but as long as it doesn't stand out, I'm fine with it. Because the closest thing I have for a feminine design is this. The female forms of the Hekapsyche line. Just look at that. This is as feminine as I'm willing to go. As anthropomorphized as I can go. I won't give it a human face. I won't even give it boobs or anything. I'll just give it the curve, the shape. But that's it. That's as far as I'm willing to go. It will still look like the line. But that is the female of the Strezza. The Strezza is the female right here. She prefers using a rapier, while the male, the Strezza, prefers using a broadsword, which is actually fun. If we were going to its unique moves, the females would have rapier-specific moves called Riposte and Pierce, while the males would have Zweihander movesets, Half Swording and Zweisweep. So yeah, I am willing to go that far when it comes to making the creatures unique. But this is as far as feminized as I can go, like that. And the female too. And here's the female Hekapsyche, the final ascension form. So it's not even that feminine too, right? It still looks like a Hekapsyche, just with different hair and different colors. But that is as far as I can go for a humanoid design. Not something as like Sakuyamon or Beelzemon. If there was a creature overly feminine to appeal to sin. Yeah, and it's unfortunate, but whatever I do, there will be people who would do that. There's nothing I can do with that. So I'll just focus on designing them. People want to do it that way, I won't stop them. Again, it's them, right? It's not me. It's whatever you do with it, it's up to you, right? As long as it doesn't harm anyone in particular, sure, whatever. You know, here's the thing. I will let it be, but when every time I look at you, my eyebrows will be up there in the roof. That's how I'm gonna look at you. I'm fine with it. Sure, go right ahead. It's your art. It's your thing. As long as you're not harming people. But my eyebrows would be way, way up there in the roof. That's how I would be. By the way, this art style would go so well with like a Chinese dragon. Oh, you mean this? I don't have one specifically yet that's actually matching that. But if we're gonna go back to the starter line for the mythical types, the dragons, it's actually Japanese name, their naming conventions, but they're clearly their draconic designs is much more inspired with Chinese mythology. Look at that. This is Umifin right here. This is your starter for the mythical type, and it ascends to a Tsuchishim, which is basically an earth mythical type, where this one is a healer. The next ascension line is a little sadistic, little defensive sort of wall creature, and Dracoyusha is your, like I said, this is a martial dragon type, or a mythical martial type, which is a master of both weapons handling and geomantic and hydromantic magic. It even has a side weapon which is basically made of ice. Yeah, this is your dragon starter. But yeah, I would... The Qing Dynasty, yeah, that's cool. You know, that's one of my favorite factions for anyone here who ever played Age of Empires 3. Among my favorite factions in that game is the Qing Dynasty. I can't help it, man. I love spamming those hand mortars. I love spamming those cheap-ass artillery and those iron flail cavalry just running down my enemies like that. That is among my favorite factions right there. And I'm not a political channel, but I'll say this. That is the coolest China's ever gotten. That's it. I'll kill it there. Done. I won't say anything else. But yes, yeah. No, politics, we already have that too much IRL, okay? You know, the only politics that I would engage in openly in the channel is the politics of my game, of my world setting. I already have to deal with the politics of my gods. This in the setting, okay? The setting has already quite the intricate, tangling web of god drama and political intrigue that I have somehow designed or derived from doing all the god profiles. And of course, we also need to deal with the setting's current political situation. Because the main driver for the story is the world is actually going a mana crisis. Long story short, the universe of Ashen is filled with a substance called mana. It's what fuels technology, it's what fuels magic. It what fuels these creatures right here. That's why they're able to look and do all these otherworldly things. That's why I said the types are more like magical disciplines, because of mana. It's all possible because of their dependency or use of magic or mana. Now, the world is actually undergoing a crisis of mana. The pools are running out. Think of it this way. Mana is being refreshed at a rate of 10 in this area, but people are now using it at a rate of 9, then eventually at a rate of 11. So it's gonna overtake the refresh rate. So civilization is at 9 or at 10 currently. And if it continues, they're gonna overtake the refresh rate of the mana of the current world, and it's gonna cause a drought. Everything's gonna collapse. Ecosystems, civilization, races that... Let's go to the character. Yes, is another thing, people. You have a playable character. You are not a passive player in this game. You have a playable character with your own stats, your own levels, your own perks, your own equipment, your own species. There are currently 8 species in the game. You have your titular humans, okay? They're general all-rounder and they're very, very hard. They just look at their passive ability, their level 1 passive ability. When suffering a defeat or failed encounter roll, you may roll a 1d20. If you get a 12 higher, based on the condition or scenario, you can either add the result to the needed stat to roll for failed encounter, or for combat, for combat defeat. So meaning if you lost combat, you can actually use this to revive your creature and have it heal HP depending on the result of the roll. It's called the human spirit. In my setting, humans may not be the best in magic, they may not be the smartest around, but they have tenacity, they have ingenuity. Humans are adaptable and hardy. That's the main thing with humanity in this setting. You also have elves, which is basically the magic-attuned creatures, or sapient races. You have the dwarves, so I have the trifecta of human, elves, and dwarves. But I try to make them at least unique to the setting, where elves are so magically attuned that they feel naked or they feel blind if they're somehow cut off from it. And that's why as an elven character you do not have a helmet slot. You do not wear helmets because elves don't like it. They always love feeling the wells of mana around them. That's how sensitive they are to it. And they are so sensitive they actually grew mana focusing crystals on their palms, their chest, and the arches of their feet. And they really, really love being naked, or at least wearing as little clothing as they can, so that way their skin would actually feel the flow of mana around them. The dwarves, yeah, then again, the trifecta, you have the dwarves. The dwarves in my setting are literal geomancers to the point that their biology actually has rocks growing on their skins. As you can see, the male here has, instead of regular eyebrows, he has rock brows. And his beard actually grows from, not directly from the skin, it actually grows from a rock formation directly under his nose. The female has those. So yeah, they come in different varieties. Of course, dwarves love beards. So it's a currency that, yeah, kind of like that. They're like the energy cards from Pokemon, yeah, because you also have the energy stat for your creatures as well. So if you go to the creatures, they also have energy slots, energy stats, see? This determines how much mana the creature has at the start of the fight, and each move would cost mana. So you either use items when you run out, or you would do things to gain mana, but long story short, higher energy means more mana refunded every turn. So yeah, there is an economy. That's another way to stop people from spamming the most powerful move. There's an economy to it. Like I said, I don't want the fights to end in 1 to 3 hits. So there's an economy to it. There's strategy. There's a reason for you to keep older moves. There's a reason for you to not upgrade moves to the fullest thing because it's going to cost so much mana. You're going to run out by using it twice. Or you're going to put all your upgrades to increasing your creature's energy capacity, so it will run more moves, but it's going to cost you your HP, chance to upgrade, your chance to upgrade its defense. It all depends on you. However you want it. I will give you all the tools, okay? But yes, there are key things that you need to worry about. Another, the races is the Lobos. Yes! Not only are the creatures wild and weird with their designs, but also the sapient races. This is a Lobos right here. Imagine yourself as a floating ball of hot gas as a jellyfish, where you technically your equipment slots are just tentacles, and tentacles function as equip slots for trinkets, arms, legs, and waist items. Waist, your belts. You have your unique ability called the Tentacling, where instead of using your level up stat points to upgrade your stats over here, you can use them to grow another tentacle. So you'll have more equipment slots. So it's up to you. Yeah, so yeah, that's a Lobos right there, communicating by bioluminescence and all that. And you have the Changeling. The Changeling for me is the most interesting for me race that I've made in this game, because you're basically a blob. This is how Changeling looks like in a high mana saturated place where you can float. But the Changeling's core philosophy is that they hate stagnation. They like changing into any form, any shape they want, and once they get bored of that form, they would change back to another one, to a different form. For them, being stuck in one form being stuck in one form is a death sentence. That's how the changeling philosophy is. They keep changing, they keep reforming. That's why if you ever encounter an NPC with the name currently known as, that means that character is a changeling. Because by law of the Auric Confederation, all changelings must have currently known in their names. Otherwise, the violation and they'll get penalized for it. Because changelings don't even like retaining the names. They would change it. They would change their names. So they have to have that currently known as in front of their names. And because of the current mana drought, here's the problem with the changelings. They cannot fully form. Mana is so few, the saturation is so low, that changelings can only change partially their bodies. Partial hand or a head. That's why the drawing here is just just an elven head, not the full thing. Because they require so much mana to change. And that's why the race is currently in a crisis as well of identity. They're not just starving because the energy is running out. They're starving for their identity. Their culture revolves around changing. And because of the crisis, it's being denied to them as well. And when a changeling doesn't change, they will eventually become feral. Because it's the death of sentience for them. Couldn't they change into a different creature then? Let's just say. One. Alright, let's do this. One of the unique racial passives for the changeling is called the Death of Sentience. What it does is that you will permanently lose your changeling character, but moving forward, you will now be one of the playable races. So meaning, you can take a couple of changeling passives, then get the Death of Sentience passive to become an elf permanently in the game. Of course, you would require 20 permanent arcane to get this to get this passive, but the advantage is you would have both your accumulated changeling passives, plus moving forward, you'll be gaining all the racial passives of being an elf, a lobos, a dwarf, something like that. So yeah, you can definitely do that, and I will allow it. It's in the game. It's right there. I just need to put in a steep cost. And funnily enough, changelings also, their level 1 passive perk is you start with 20 points. Right? This goes up every time you level up. I think plus 4 or plus 2. So every time you start a game, you start a run, or any non-combat encounter, you can freely move around these 20 points to distribute to your stats, or you can use 4 points to generate a equipment slot. Whatever equipment slot you want. It's 4 points. It's gonna eat the pool. And I think this game, there you go. It gains extra stat points increase. So instead of the gain per level goes here, it goes to this pool. I would take the changeling, then change the passive, then... Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's something you can do, yeah. And that way, you can still have the tentacling ability, and you can still customize your equipment slot. Yeah. I will allow it. The only drawback is you can never go back to being a changeling, though. That's the only drawback, aside from the high steep cost. The requirement. But that's the thing. That's why it's called the Death of Sentience, because for a changeling, being stuck in a permanent form is death. It's the death of their self, of their identity. But some are willing to do that to get away from the crushing psychology of their being, right? I much rather be a unknowing dwarf or a human that's not overly reliant to this substance that's actively making me do all these things. I'd much rather be a human now, just to get away from all this pain. Be a human forever. So another race is the Oprix. The dragons of this world is quite a tragic story, let's say that. So let's just say, because of the mana drought, a lot of the dragons devolved into animals, into the creatures that we can now see today. So that would explain why a dragon like Dracayusha actually is capable of wielding weapons and magic, because they were once sapient. It's just a genetic memory left behind. So a lot of the dragons, long story short, there's... You think that, yeah. You think that. Yes, you think that, but some of them would understand, because it is the drive of what's going on. But yes, there is a certain revulsion that's going to happen. And yes, part of the game, there's a roleplay aspect to it. That's why D&D is among my inspirations. Every random scenario, you are presented a chance on what you're going to do. In-game, of course, when they finally translate this to PC game, it will be default options. But for tabletop version, it's going to be as creative as you can. If you want to use your strength to intimidate, sure. Tell me how you're going to intimidate, then do the roll. Let's see how it works. But that is the current plan right now. I might just go ahead and adopt a fixed thing as well for all. That's the plan, yeah. Because a part of the game is role-playing. That's why I really want to put flavor into the classes, the races. Have a little background here. As I was saying, the Oprix were the dragons who refused to let go of their sapience. While a lot of dragons have accepted the drought and just to regain, they still hold to what little power they have in terms of their skill, their proficiency in magic. They chose to become animals. They chose to become feral beasts. The Oprix, however, said no. We prefer to be thinking. We prefer to appreciate art, to create, to at least evolve that way. So the Oprix were dragons, emphasis on were, but due to events in the story and evolution and all that, they are now considered a separate species. They're not really dragons anymore. So yeah, this is an Oprix right here. So they have the highest strength stat in all of the game, because they lost their proficiency for magic. As you can see, their arcane is very low, but their strength is still draconic, and that's at least something they kept. But they're very, very much the punching bag of the setting in terms of everything they've done, everything they've achieved are gone, and they're being overrun or overpowered in terms of science capacity by the Espers, politics by the humans, because humanity is the one who built the Auric Confederation. It's a human that defeated the Great Betrayer. Even in glory, they're being beaten by the humans. In magical capacity with the elves. So yeah, they're kind of like that. Their goal is just to reclaim whatever shred of value or honor their race once had, and possibly even return the dragons back to normal or become dragons again. But yeah, that is the Oprix right there. And the Esper, if you played StarCraft and played Protoss, which I do love playing as a Protoss, and you have an Archon, that is an Esper. This is how you normally see an Esper. It's just a ball of energy, right? They're so dependent to mana. Think of them as earthworms. Literal worms. The only bones they have in their body, and they're that big only, is the casing that protects their skull, their head. But it's not really bone. It's like hard chitin or something. But they're worms that has evolved to a point where they're so reliant on magic that they have to constantly channel it for them to survive. They feed on magic. Their very low commotion is on magic. Their projection, just having this ball of fire, this ball of pure mana, is already taxing enough for the environment. That's why they're very rare to be seen inside the cities. They usually live underground or high in space in atmospheric cities on their once trade ships, but they're stuck in Ashen. Well, that's something else on the lore, but for now they're stuck. They have spacefaring cities, but they're stuck. So yeah, this is what they look like. This is their mouth. This is their mouth right here. Well, man, have a great rest of the day. I'm gonna go back and might come back in a couple of hours, but I'll definitely be back next time you stream. As this really caught my eye. Very underrated. See ya. Thanks, thank you, Gaines, thank you. You have a good one, and may the bestest of luck and blessings follow you. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the support. So yeah, let's continue. Another race. I think this is the last race. These are the Sullen. Think of them as your hard mode, right? In Souls games, you have your wretch, right? They are the characters that are basically have the worst gear, basically wearing nothing, worst armor. That's the Sullen. And in mechanical terms, there's a reason why they don't have much physical strength. There's an explanation, but long story short, they're the hard mode. And just look at their stats. They're all zero. All zero. But they make up for with their starting. So instead of 1 per level, they gain 2 per level instead. So you can rapidly ramp up your stats. And you start with 5,000 more monies. Because a lot of Sullens are actually the richest families in all of Ashen. Because they were once the servants of the gods. And a lot of Sullen families actually control the massive temples of the gods that are still active or still being worshipped today. So a lot of money flows into them, and they have a lot of access to material wealth due to them being once the... I would say, in terms of hierarchy, if you're gonna do the hierarchy of the species of Ashen during the ancient era, the Astari is at the top, then the dragons, then they became equal, co-rulers, then you have the Sullen. Technically, they're the servant race, but they're so much lavish, there's so much... The Astari so much love the Sullen as a servant race. They are showered with wealth. They have all that. And all the clans carry that to this day. So yeah, that's why you basically start as a trust fundee. You have big money behind you, fueling your expedition, your character. So yeah, that is the Sullen right there. This is your hard mode. And I was saying, you all have perks, and I have the perk list here. And we will get to this, of course, because I will redo all these rules and rewrite them, rearrange them, because, yeah, they're a bit messy. This is, like, very early on in the project, so I don't really care about formatting. I just type. So yeah, this is before me starting streaming this one. Have a good one. Thank you. So yeah, there you go. So that is a very short overview for the game. I'm gonna go ahead and grab me a drink, grab me a pee. And also check the time because I do have a cab. I'll be right back. Give me but a moment. Enjoy the BRB. Yeah. Hello, and I'm back. And I just saw the time. Fuck. Ah! Time flew! It's already 5 hours. It's already 10 a.m. my time. So yeah, the dishes are still not cleaned, and it's almost lunch. So unfortunately, we'll have to do this some other time. I'll continue working on the Billy Jack offline, of course, every now and then, and I'll go ahead and say goodbye to you lovely people. Again, thank you for all those who stopped by. Thank you, Gaines and Maid Gourmet. Thank you, Alice. Thank you. Thank you for all you lurkers out there, and of course, anyone who subbed and followed. Appreciate all of you, and I shall be back the very next time. Actually, probably later. Yeah, probably later. But either way, like and sub so you'll never miss a beat, everyone. Bye 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 bye. Now, how do we turn this thing off again?